Gonna talk about paranormal news, conspiracies, and what else is going on in the world of the paranormal, supernatural, and all that other good stuff. Waiting for Jack to connect. That's right. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We got more to come with Jack Carey from the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Waiting for Jack to connect to me. Come on, Jack. There we go. Camera on. Let me try him again. Get that Paranormal Intelligence Agency going. Jack should be up here in just a second or so, or a minute or so, or something like that. We got him rolling. We'll get him going here. Jack, are you there? Hello? Can't hear you, buddy. Plug and unplug your microphone or something. I don't know. I don't hear you. Did you get your update today? It might have messed your settings up if that's the case. If you can hear me. Jack Carey. Uh-oh. Hold on here. Let me try calling him back up. Do 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 do. Let me try this once again. Oh boy. Hope everything's fine over there. Trying to get Jack in. There you are, Jack.
There I am. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Let's see here. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Didn't know what was going on. We're getting ready to come into the show here. Got 30 seconds, Jack. I'll give the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now. Jack, are you there? Hello? Uh-oh. Anyways, this is the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show with Jack Carey. We're having a little issue with Jack tonight. Not sure what's going on, but we're getting them all situated and trying to figure this out. Normally we don't have too many problems with this, but sometimes we do. I'm attempting to get a hold of him, and he's there, but it's like he's on hold. Jack, can you hear me? Hello? Anyways, Jack talks about the paranormal. He does paranormal news. We don't know everything from cryptozoology to incoming stuff from space. Let me try to find out what's going on with Jack real quick. We got him going, but I'm not sure. Type him a message. Jack, you there? I'm going to try to reconnect with him while we're doing this. So, sorry, folks. We are going to run a little bit behind, but that's fine. Jack's always good for that. I will get him up and rolling. Jack, are you there? Hello, Jack? Jack. Come in, Jack. Oh, boy. Okay, he said yes. Hold on. I got to try again. Sorry about that. We are trying to work this out. We don't normally have problems, but sometimes we do. Waiting for others to join. Hopefully we'll get Jack to join. It's calling him, but I'm sorry we're running behind and we're having some issues. You there, Jack?
Yeah, now I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you, and you are live and on the radio right now. I'll cut all that other crap out, but we still got to end at the same time.
Sure, no worries.
It's all yours, buddy.
Well, all right. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo, lost somewhere in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us today, there was a swarm of flying monkeys. They were throwing radioactive monkey droppings at us and looking for human flesh. I'm joined, as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And this has been a crazy day. Sad day for America, sad day for our democracy. And I'm referring, of course, to the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the fact that it was clearly a political assassination does not bode well for our democracy as a whole going forward. And that's something that we're going to be discussing tonight for sure, and how that ties into all of this other craziness that's happening really kind of simultaneously. If you've been following the show at all, you'll know that I sort of track the webbot prophecies. I refer to them as cyber prophecies because really I incorporate also the findings from various remote control premier remote control groups around the world that have track records of actually achieving hits on their targets, and kind of combine those various factors and compare them. And whenever you get an alignment with that and with other information that's out there available on the web through open source intelligence gathering, which is sort of my specialty, then you come up with what I call the cyber prophecies. And we've been talking about those for a number of broadcasts. This past summer, still is the summer, but really it feels like the fall whenever you have college football starting. That's fall for me. I mean, it already hit like 40-something degrees here in the Dakotas during the night, just the other night. So, but It was the summer of emergence when we had various bumps in the event stream began to take place, culminating, leading to this fall, which is going to be a time of real change. Major change is coming. If the cyber prophecies continue to be accurate, and they have been accurate on a number of points and continue to be so as far as we can tell, some of these dominoes that are predicted to fall have to do with the fact that you're going to see a time period here where you have an alien ship basically show up. At least we don't really know what 3i Atlas is. Maybe it's just the weirdest comet anybody ever saw. It's possible. Maybe it's an alien ship. But either way, it's turning worldwide conversations to the alien question. And so you're going to see a culmination of people taking on that conversation at a time when, and I mean widespread, very vocal, talking about it in public and things like that kind of conversation taking place with a wide array of other turbulence that is also predicted to take place simultaneous to this, and that would be really the implosion of the US dollar. You look at financial news today, nobody's talking about that. The idea that the US dollar could suddenly and totally implode, but it can. And there are a various series of dominoes that could fall, and if they did, it would lead exactly to that and the widespread acceptance of cryptocurrencies as prophesied by the cyber prophecies. So, and really it would be a natural adoption. When currencies fail, of course, you would turn to something else as a currency. Just right before I got on the air this evening, received some information from the guys over at $2 Investing, which if you follow any financial, podcast type of content out there, you should be familiar with them. They're highly respected and some of the smarter financial minds out there, but they just posted something about Donald Trump declaring gold to be a currency in the United States. That's really strange for them to post something like that if they didn't have some sort of inside information that was telling them that what's about to happen is that gold will be legally acceptable, let's put it that way, as a form of payment anywhere. It's that kind of a thing. You can pay for stuff in gold. That's pretty scary stuff, because that really would signal what all these other indicators have been telling us for a long time, and that's the fact that they just printed way too much money. They printed trillions more than they've reported to anybody. Those trillions of dollars are out there around the world, and that's why it's considered reserve currency. But all of those trillions are going to end up coming back to the U.S. It will lead to ultra hyperinflation. So, and you're seeing signs of that now. Like if you go grocery shopping, you can tell. They say, they report on the news that inflation isn't bad, but it's out there, and it's it's not this administration's fault. They're trying to do everything they can with tariffs, etc. Somebody saw the real books and said, OMG, we got a real problem on our hands. Major problem. we can't really just come out and say that because it's going to cause widespread financial panic. So what do? We try to come up with tariffs and things like that as an extra revenue source to be able to prop up our currency, which is 38 trillion in debt. We spend more just servicing the debt in America than we spend on our military every year. That is a formula for ultimate disaster. So, you know, it's not meant to scare anyone. It's meant to wake people up to the realities of what's about to take place. And the webbot for a very long time now with Cliff High, and I was reminded of something important by Cliff today that I'll relay to you guys. But the webbot's predicted for a long time that there would be a demise of the U.S. dollar, and not just the U.S. dollar. It's really kind of a demise of the old petrol-based debt system. It's just become too laborious. There's no way for that to continue, and you just keep racking up more and more and more. Where does it ever end? There's no way that anybody can ever repay $38 trillion. Impossible, especially when you have huge national entitlements the way that they have in America now, very much like some socialized countries, which is, a slow creeping in that direction, which is also very scary for many Americans and could feed into this whole idea. And I mentioned Charlie Kirk earlier. It's really sad that he was assassinated today, but more than that, something changed today. A switch was flipped today. I would wager that going forward after today, this particular assassination is going to cause ripples through our society, which most people can only barely imagine right now, and may constitute the very first real shot fired in a very real new American Civil War. That's a possibility, because what they did today, whoever was responsible for this, picked the wrong person at the exact wrong time, or perhaps it was all a plan to pick the exact right person at the exact right time. However you want to view it or frame it, either way, killing this particular person at this particular time is doing so at a time where you are already at a major tipping point, and somebody just went up and they didn't go like this. They drop kicked it off the cliff. So there's going to be huge repercussions for this. Huge repercussions. And there are various elements that are also extremely right-wing leaning in this country, who I can only predict are coming for scalps on that one. This is not going to end well. So what happened today is potentially a history-making, forever society-changing event. And I wouldn't write it off as anything less than that. Now, it does not escape my attention at all that this assassination occurred perfectly to take up the entire news cycle on a day after Congress was just shown indisputable proof in public hearings of the alien presence on this planet. And by that, I mean they were shown video proof. Video taken from a Reaper drone that was sent to intercept a UFO. And when it got there, the operator of the drone, whether we don't know where the command came from, how high up the food chain this command came from, but the Reaper drone fired a Hellfire missile at this alien craft and it bounced off it. So that put the fear of God into a whole lot of government people today, or yesterday, sorry. But today would have been the day, and you saw this morning a couple of stories run on ABC and CBS about this footage. It was going to be big time story on tonight's news, and all of a sudden you get another coincidental killing that ends up wiping that off the news cycle altogether. Now, is that just pure conspiracy vomit spewing, or is that a plausible connection of some kind? You know, probability is low, but definitely not zero. In other words, there is a probability above zero that there is that connection. You know, not a lot is known. They say the shooter was from a perched position higher than the target from some distance away. I can tell you, you know, you have to be somebody who's at least practiced and, you know, maybe been a hunter or gone to the range with your rifle numerous times or something like that to be able to even come close to having an accurate enough shot. You also have to, you know, sight in your scope, and that has to be sighted for a certain distance. And yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, you know. There's not often somebody that's not been practicing or trained or something like that that assassinates somebody from a distance with a high-powered weapon that is just some random madman that just decided that day they're going to get a rifle and go try to pull off an assassination. That just doesn't happen. It takes more than that. And because of that, this is going to be a very interesting investigation. We'll see how or where this turns. I can say that if this ultimately turns out to be just some left-wing indoctrinated person suffering from Trump derangement syndrome who has been fed a non-stop stream of vile and unwarranted, false information regarding probably Charlie Kirk and the entire Trump administration and MAGA and the whole thing. People here that live in America know exactly what I'm talking about. And, you know, if that's the case, then I just, as an observer, predict that there are elements within the right-wing part of this country who will feel forced to take some sort of action. That's just my estimation. That does not bode well for our immediate future. It does not bode well for the currency, and that all feeds into the same thing. The Webbot also predicts that as this sort of implosion of the economy occurs, these people that have kept a secret all these many years because they are personally profiting from doing so, have all of that money just dry up. It's not there anymore. And so the impetus for them to keep taking the risk of keeping it a secret goes away. And as that risk goes away, it is predicted that it becomes a non-stop information flow regarding UFO disclosure. That is working on our behalf, and it's all part of really universal karma flow. It all has to do with the fact that the architect of the reality matrix that we find ourselves in created a universe that has a self-revealing nature and will bypass those filters that have been falsely put up by people in our society in such a way that it becomes known to the everyday people the truth of what's occurring. That's what's predicted by the Webbot. And at the same time, you're going to have what's called the emergence of sci-fi world, right? It has long predicted the emergence of sci-fi world. Well, it would be a natural evolution that if the secrecy surrounding alien technology goes away and that technology then openly finds its way out to public hands for the people to use and benefit their lives from, which is what the universe intends, then you're going to have a situation by which sci-fi world can truly emerge. And you're talking about really living an existence very much like that depicted in the Star Wars movies. You know, you're sort of in a spot in the planetary cycle where humans will begin to take on all kinds of special abilities and really heightened psychic abilities and things like manipulating the force and all of that kind of stuff. At the same time, when you have an explosion of technology take place because of all of this back engineered alien technology that makes its way out to the public. So after our break, we'll be talking some more about this, but I will also be trying to get to the lost colony of Mars, as I promised last week. And we're going to talk about what happened in the UAP disclosure hearings yesterday. A lot happened. Anna Paulina Luna, the Congresswoman, is my new hero, and we'll get back to that after our break.
All right, Jack, we're on radio break.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what happened earlier. You know, I tried like 5-6 times, and then I finally got to connect to you.
It was so weird, like it wouldn't load. Like I answered the call once, and then it was like cutting in and out, and then it just went to a completely white screen, and then I reloaded the page, tried it again, it went to a white screen again. I don't know, it was odd.
Yeah, so. I mean, it happens, I guess. You know, maybe they were doing some updates net recently. I know I got I know I got a Windows update. Did you get yours?
Oh yeah.
So that affects everything.
True, and I'm running for the first time. I'm running a VPN. And
that might be it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No cryptid corner tonight? Are we going to
Not really so much. Yeah, so much happened today with all of this and the hearings.
Yeah, so we talked about probably a good hour and a half on the first show about Charlie. So yeah.
Yeah, what a shame.
And it is. You know, and I was wondering what you would say. You know, how you would connect that with the web bot, and that if the web bot kind of predicted something like this was going to happen.
Yeah, you know, this one kind of came out of the clear blue sky as far as I know. None of the remote viewers had this predicted or anything like that, but this could greatly alter events going forward.
Yep, so. I think so too, maybe. And, you know, when I looked at the videos for it, I'm like, man, a high-powered rifle sounds a lot louder than that. You would have had to have like specialized super suppression or a specialized air gun to do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And we know that, you know, not all those are like in the hands of, you know, the common folk. We talked a little bit about that earlier too. I think you know, the way it was done, I think it was a professional hit. I really do.
Yeah, I do too, and we'll see what they come up with as far as you know, any leads or if they keep saying
apparently they got the guy or the person this time, according to what John said earlier in the first show. So right as we were clearing out, I was trying to get you in. We are being rebroadcast through Great Conspiracy over on Kick and on his platforms, as well as through Roger Hanson on all his platforms as well. Awesome. So thank you guys, appreciate it. Give you a shout out for each show. I know that you guys are working hard and helping out. Appreciate
that's great.
Each and every one of you,
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for rocking out there.
Yeah, it's one thing for me to get us out on a bunch of platforms, and it's icing when, you know, they take and help us out. You know, we get some great folks like that to help share, you know, the information out and get you and the other hosts to be heard on their platforms as well. And I'm all for that.
Yeah, that's great.
You know, if I can, you know, I got good content for them. Let's go. John, you great. And Nancy and Roger now and Debbie in the pocket. Yep. How's it sound on your end for me?
Sound great.
Right. You sound awesome. The stream's coming through really good. You're looking really clear too here. You got about 30 seconds and we'll be back. Man, I mean, tonight is just flying along.
Yeah. It is craziness.
Yeah. Yeah, this is around the time of the year that I saw that pterosaur down here. We need to get someone down here to take a look around because maybe it's a migration thing. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone, the Minister of the Sinister. And tonight we are talking about, sad times, the assassination of a, I wouldn't say a political figure, but a figure in the political world. Let's put it that way, and a big one at that. And and this one's going to cause major change. So, and that's tying in a lot of different ways. The UAP disclosure hearings were interesting. These were, in my opinion, still, we're not getting the, scientists who actually did the back engineering. We're not getting the security guard that's tasked with standing there with a gun next to the UFO all day long, every day. We're not getting those witnesses yet. They are trying to pass some new legislation which will protect whistleblowers in such a way that these people who are reluctant at the moment to give up their security and their income and everything else would probably come forward if this new legislation is passed. And that's something we'll just have to see how that comes about. But the Congress was shown this video, and this video is of a Reaper drone. Not sure who was piloting the Reaper drone, but it shot a Hellfire missile and it bounced off the UFO. It all makes sense from a physics point of view. Like if you were flying a craft that generates its own gravity waves, well, gravity waves would work like a force field around the craft and would do exactly what you saw on the video. If you haven't seen the video, it's readily available out there with any search. So, but I guess kind of the hero of the day is this, pardon me, Congresswoman named Anna Paulina Luna. And she is sort of she's in charge of a committee to sort of release government secrets. She did the JFK papers and all that kind of stuff. And she's in charge of this UAP task force committee, whatever you want to call it. And today she called Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick a proven and known liar. And who is he? Well, he's the former head of the Pentagon's Aero Office, which is their UFO program. And so basically she said the guy that they put in charge was the wolf in the hen house, and that he was openly lying to various senators, congressmen, anybody else he can get his hands on. He's apparently Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Look him up online so you can see a picture of him, so you can shun him if you see him. He's apparently a disinformation agent for the dark cabal, which is keeping all of this a secret and benefiting from it. And, these people have to be called up. The other person that got called out today by Ross Coulthart over at News Nation, interestingly enough, reported a very interesting piece of inside intelligence that I'll relay to you guys, and that is that he has a firsthand source as a journalist that is telling him that there was a deal that had been made between Robert Bigelow, that's right, the Robert Bigelow of Bigelow Aerospace and the former owner of Skinwalker Ranch, to acquire for an unknown sum, and Robert Bigelow is a billionaire, but to acquire for an unknown sum from Lockheed Martin an actual alien craft. This transference of technology was taking place when none other than a man named Glenn Gaffney, look him up, who's in charge of the CIA's Exotic Technology Division, showed up with a bunch of CIA agents and shut the whole thing down. So now you're beginning to see the names, the faces, the actual people that are perpetrating this crime against the American people and the people of the world. You know, once you know their name and you know their face, from that point, you know, at some point, there's going to be pressure applied in a proper way that will get them to stop doing what they're doing. So all of that's culminating this week. You have just a crazy amount of things taking place around the world. And we might as well tie this in too, because you know, we're being overwhelmed with geopolitical change and events, and nobody can overlook the war between Russia and Ukraine. It was reported by some French news outlets that a letter had been circulated to hospitals all around France, telling them to prepare for wartime casualties as early as March of 2026. Just today, Russia launched drones into Poland, which is a NATO country. Most of those drones were shot down, but what you're seeing is the beginnings of World War III. And yes, World War III will take place at the same time that you have this sort of alien presence overload in the minds of the community, at the same time that you have an implosion of the old petrodollar debt system, an adoption of cryptocurrencies worldwide, tied probably to precious metals in some fashion, and to rare earth minerals, things that have, you know, real physical value of some kind. And that is also going to tie into this whole big fiasco that's about to take place. So I reported many months ago that the guys over at farsight.org had told everybody and predicted and had successfully targeted the war in between Russia and Ukraine. And they said, if you feed this fire will spread. And they were right. So you're getting ready to see NATO engage Russia. There will be troops on the ground, if they're not there already, from France and Germany. Poland has just built the largest army in all of Europe. Look that up if you're unfamiliar with that fact. And they just sent drones into the wrong country. Poland was the wrong country to poke with a stick. Poland has been working out, and Poland has a massive military, believe it or not. So you're going to see some serious stuff begin to happen and take place, and it's entirely possible, perhaps even likely, that you'll see a full-on Chinese invasion of Taiwan timed with a conflict with Russia. So yeah, hold on to your seats, hold on to your butts, because this is going to get interesting. You know, I posted just today on social media that there is extreme turbulence coming. You need to prepare yourselves, you know. And I've been reporting for months that there were indications that there was going to be a time coming up late summer into the fall, and really over the course of the next year or two, of extreme change taking place. So really my advice for people out there is to kind of, and I've been saying this for a long time now, reinforce where you are, where you live. If you have the means by which to not live near large populations of people, that's highly advised. And so, harden your structures. I don't mean that you're going to get bombed or anything like that. I mean, make sure that they're sort of crime proof, however you have to do that. And get ready for a time when people are really going to kind of seek time indoors in their own little oases and spaces. This will be, not a pandemic forcing people to stay in. This will be people saying, oh my God, the world has absolutely exploded. All I want to do is just go home and pretend like everything's okay. So that's really kind of the future for a little while that you begin to see. It will be shock. So interesting stuff and interesting times ahead. Really, Paranormal in the News is all about the hearings that took place. Coulthard's reporting that there are various so-called anonymous staffers in congressional wings that are sort of responsible right now for keeping a lot of the UAP stuff a secret. And he goes on to say that a lot of these people are people that you never see in front of the camera, but they're people that, like, the aerospace industry companies come to and say, hey, if you do such and such, we'll give you a high-paying job when you're out of the government. And they do it. There is a personal greedy impetus by these people to benefit off of doing exactly what they do. And how long will that persist? Well, Webbot says that money goes away, and when it does, all what breaks loose. So today, some serious crap has hit the fan, and boy, I think it's going to cause quick, radical change. It's interesting because this particular assassination really kind of came out of the clear blue sky as far as WWOW land is considered. As far as I know, no remote viewing group, webbot, data stream, etc. had predicted this big of an emotional event taking place. Normally, an event this big would show up in the language structures around the world, and then that would in turn show up in the webbot data stream. But basically, it may have, this particular event may be small compared to what's about to happen. In other words, long story short, that could be why it wasn't zeroed in on specifically. Because right here, when you look at sort of a timeline map of things that it has predicted, is a big, bumpy road. So, interesting stuff. Last week, I talked about the lost city of the Grand Canyon, and I wanted to get into the lost colony of Mars. Now, it's interesting because the lost colony of Mars is something that very few people are aware of. There is an evidence stream for it to back it up. I was able to trace this evidence stream all the way back to the Club of Rome, and there are 3 alternatives for global overpopulation. They chose alternative 3. Alternative 1 was controlled warfare. As I explained last week, the proliferation of nuclear weapons makes that an untenable thing to try to perpetrate. Option 2 or alternative 2 was attempting to create a one world belief system that had in it controls for breeding. And alternative 3 proved to be the one they chose, probably because it was the first to seem to be an impossibility. Controlling worldwide belief systems is something that would be really an impossible task. And so they chose alternative 3, off-world colonization. They then chose a mechanism by which they could pay for it. And, you know, some of that mechanism was discovered by the Doge people when they discovered the magic money machines at the Treasury that had just been sitting there and printing and printing and printing. And that money was just disappearing down black holes that couldn't even be traced. They even took the codes off of where all that money was going, so it couldn't be traced, right? There's indications that Musk and his team still found out where it was going. But way back when, in the 90s, it was Donald Rumsfeld under the Bush administration that publicly stated that there was $23 trillion missing from the Pentagon's budget, according to the GAO, or the General Accounting Office, and that some of that money probably ended up paying for the colony on Mars. The next point of evidence in the data stream for the colony shows up in the form of Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who came out publicly and stated, and still does state, many, many years later, decades later now, that she was romantically involved with an intelligence agent who was part of the program and who tried to recruit her into the colony on Mars. Direct, firsthand testimony from the great-granddaughter of a former president. That's pretty big. Then you have the efforts of the British hacker Gary McKinnon, who may not seem like he's related to all of this, but what did McKinnon do? He hacked into the NSA and the NASA computers, and he was able to download, even though this was a long time ago and it took his computers forever, he was able to download a list of so-called non-terrestrial officers. And along with that, actual high-resolution photographs of large spacecrafts, proving, by the way, that we did have the means, motive, and opportunity to pull off a colony on Mars. Then you have the efforts of one of the premier remote viewing groups around the planet, that is the Farsight.org group, headed by Dr. Courtney Brown. And many years ago, Dr. Courtney Brown discovered in the NASA archives a photograph of the surface of Mars depicting a dome that had a tube coming out of it, and the tube was ejecting a liquid. It's a gigantic dome. There were two other structures nearby that appeared to be two smaller domes. They too appeared to have some sort of liquid being ejected from them from a pipe-like structure. He decided what an interesting target that would be to blindly give to his remote viewers. And he did. And what his remote viewers ended up seeing in their sessions was truly shocking. They discovered that within the domes there were humans. Not Martians, but humans. The humans appeared to be dealing with an alien technology they did not quite yet understand. In other words, the domes that they're living in were already there on the surface when they got there, and they started living in these domes. they more than likely knew that these structures were there before they reached the planet. The remote viewers reported that the colony appeared to be in a dire situation. They were needing parts and supplies in a desperate way. And they reported identical to the testimony of Laura Magdalene Eisenhower. They reported that this was a hardship duty. In other words, the people that went to do this knew that they were never coming back. They knew it before they left, and they accepted it. In other words, they recruited people who didn't mind giving up their lives in order to try to achieve a toehold for humanity on another planet before we could breed ourselves into extinction. That was the plan. And they paid for it by siphoning off trillions of dollars of tax money from the U.S. taxpayer, or really just printing it. And now it sits there as 38 trillion in debt. To do so because they believed it that strongly, right? That kind of feeds into this whole idea of the Space Force. Space Force has to be aware now that there was a secret space program, and perhaps they are aware that the colony there exists. If they are, then I have to believe that the Trump administration knows that and knows a lot more about the UAP thing than what they're, stating. This new footage that has just come out of a UFO getting hit with the Hellfire missile and it bouncing off is probably going to change things too. A lot of journalists today said, yeah, this particular footage is a turning point. Seeing something attacked and it shake it off like that with some of the best American technology is something that they're not going to turn their attention away from. That's going to bother them. When they go to bed tonight and they lay their heads on their pillow, on their little congressional pillows, they're going to think about that video the last thing they do tonight and the first thing they do in the morning, and probably every day after that till they start to get some answers. So you're beginning to potentially see an actual unraveling of the yarn as predicted by the Webbot and by the self-revealing ontological nature of the universe and the reality matrix and how it's interacting with humans. So, I have to remind everybody it was the universe that put us into a position in the first place to acquire a technology which, as Representative Paulina Luna put it, was the equivalent of somebody dropping off an iPhone to a bunch of cavemen and expecting them to replicate it. But it was the universe that put us in that position. And we can only assume now that it's the universe that expects us to engage with it in such a way that it's going to create novelty for the species. And next week, join me for another crazy rabbit hole. We'll keep examining the events of this week as they're going to have repercussions into the many weeks to come. And I will see you guys next week. Join us on Vixen's Vault next with the lovely Nancy Planeta. I'll see you next week.
Great show, Jack. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'll get this up by tomorrow, and that'll be all edited out. It'll sound really good.
Cool.
All right.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
All right. Got to get Zombie Zach going here on TMV. And he's a go.
Nice.
All right. Let me get on out of there. Yep. I just gave him, the high sign to, go ahead and go for it. It's all yours. I gotta get.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go eat some dinner time.
Sounds good. Are you gonna come back and join us on the vault?
I'll try to for the second hour there.
All right.
So.
All right. Hey, Roger, please give shout-outs in the chat. I got my hands full right now. And pin the last one up for me, please. And I'm going to get Vixen's Vault going. Take care, Jack. And I will catch up with you next time. All right? Have a good one.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you. Yeah,
right.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up, Nancy Planetta and the Vixen's Vault. Let me get that all set up and ready to go. There we go. Make the call. Then get them a rolling like a steamroller. Hey, David. Nancy, Roger.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going. You scared me. I had my volume so high, it just blew out.
All right. Me,
okay.
Let me try to get everything up and in here.
Yeah, Nancy's here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Jason.
Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Dave.
How are you?
Has
been a
Censorship and John already, Jack already talked about
Kirk.
Oh,
what you call it. So yeah,
you can't stop me from talking about Kirk. There's no way I am not going to talk about it.
Well, okay.
Hey. What's happening, friends?
Jason,
Hey, everybody. I think we got almost everybody up and in the bullpen right now.
Jason.
Hi, Vicky, Jason.
Hey,
Roger.
Roger.
Hey, Jason. Hey, Roger. David. Mark.
Who dropped? Someone
Hi,
dropped.
Becky.
Hey.
All right.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, hello.
Oh, guys, you got to give me a second, Mark, because my mother's calling, and that's not good. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm trying to get a hold of Raph. Is Raph coming in?
Talking about mamas. There's something I brought up in the
Well,
chat.
I'll get us going.
How's
Mark-
your mama?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. I was on Blender, and I was doing the frog project on a Blender that for Mark, right? So I'm listening to Dreagus Production music that he made, and he has this song called Ghost in the Mirror, and I didn't realize it until yesterday, but he made a dedication song to his mama.
Who?
You.
No, I didn't.
That Ghost Mirror song you made, it was to your mama, dude.
Anyways,
back.
okay. Coming up on your countdown. Sorry, so short type deal, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio set for the first time tonight. Nancy, right now.
And welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is September 10th, 2025. What an evening it is. I'm so honored, too, to have Jason in on board with us tonight. He is our resident 9/11 specialist, somebody who's been following this for over a decade easily and just has his information straight and actually will be at Ground Zero tomorrow, I believe. So I'm just honored that you found the time to join us tonight, Jason, because I know your schedule is incredibly hectic. That being said, it is the night before an event that this country, it is burned into us. To be very honest with you folks, and I'm almost saddened because I know today we had a major event occur here in the States, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which no matter where you stood on the political spectrum, Charlie Kirk was a good man, and he had a message, and he was, God, it's just, I can't believe that he was taken out in the way he was. I think it's horrific. But what do you say? What do you do? It's the state of the country right now. There's a lot of parts that are moving. I know people are going to immediately knee jerk and blame certain things, but folks, my little bit of advice would be just look deeper. Before you open your mouth, you need to investigate a little deeper. That's all I'm going to say about that, because it can be very inciting when you start looking into information. And we don't know a lot yet. We do know that they have arrested and released 2 different suspects at this point. And the going thought process is that the first suspect that was held, the older gentleman, was a decoy to allow the actual shooter to escape. And when you look at the video footage taken from different cameras, yeah, there was definitely somebody up on the rooftop taken off. And it was caught really kind of by accident, but just a real sad state of affairs. I mean, my sympathy, I think all of our sympathy and our thoughts go to Charlie Kirk's, young wife, young children. He truly martyred himself for this great nation and for the young people of this great nation. Those are the people that are really going to suffer with this loss, because I've never seen anybody, politician, anybody who could sit with young people the way Charlie Kirk did and never give up ground on where he stood in an opinion, but never really disrespected the young people he was speaking to. And that's so important, because, we may not agree with a lot of what the younger generations are doing. We may look at them and think, what the hell kind of drugs are they on? I mean, literally, I don't think that's any different from any generations that have come before us. Each one has looked at the next one and gone, what is wrong with them? But there's something seriously wrong with these generations now. But Charlie Kirk, again, if y'all go back and watch some of his reels, he handled them in an incredible way. And like I said, he never got disrespectful with them. He never let them get really disrespectful with him. He always kept it at a level that just, I was always amazed watching him, because I thought I would have creamed that kid. I mean, I would watch some of these videos and think, oh my gosh, I don't even know how he just was so nice with his comeback. I'd have ripped that kid's face off. But it's true, though. He had a way.
Well,
and he
like
will.
people of value,
Yes. Even though,
did.
Yeah, you could tell they were, just totally misled. Yeah, he gave them an amount of respect I don't think young people see in society anymore. Maybe that's why they rebel against it so much. I don't know. But he will, like I said, he will be missed. What a huge loss to this country. And I am proud of President Trump for the way he's handled it. I know he has declared that all federal flags in the country are to fly at half-mast until Sunday, out of respect for Charlie Kirk. Now, the only problem I have with any of this is that it takes away from the anniversary of 9/11. And that does bother me, because year after year after year, I've seen a decrease in knowledge about 9/11. I mean, these younger generations, they don't know what all the hoopla is about. And it's funny, because I actually turned to Raphael today and I said, I don't understand why they didn't make 9/11 a federal day of recognition or a federal holiday. I don't understand why that has not happened.
I do, and it's because they wanted us to forget. They really, really have.
Yes.
Last year, you know what I noticed? Do you know how much time they spent on mainstream media? I'm just going to pick one. I don't know if it was CBS or whatever, but one of the 3 main ones. I did the math. They spent 2 minutes and 14 seconds talking about 9/11 on the anniversary of 9/11 last year. I was dumbfounded.
And what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Now that we've had,
Here's
I
another
think
thing
more of the
that
same. More
Jack
of the
brought
same.
up in his show. All right, I want to jump in here real quick. Jack also brought up that today they were also looking at the UFO stuff,
yes.
Yes.
and
Wonderful.
and tomorrow would have been the day that they also released it. You have the Charlie Kirk thing, that and 9/11. How much distraction do you need? And
Well,
then
also
just to
today,
let you know too, Brent Hamachek's going to be on Censorship's Suck show on Wednesday. Brent's a really good friend and was a really good friend and worked
Charlie,
with Charlie Kirk. All
I
right.
knew that. Yep.
And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it or not. We hope he does. He's never backed down from us before, unless unless they're going to take and bury him early, and he'll go to the funeral or something like that, and he won't be with us. But Brent's also been, when he's had engagements like that, also done it over the phone. So I don't know. We'll see
Well,
how that
let's.
works out. I'm going to let you go back to what you were doing, but I just wanted to get that in too.
Nancy, before you continue, I was just thinking, your point in relation to the 11th of September, sort of being, I don't know, washed
Pushed
away
aside.
or degraded, and I was
Yeah.
just thinking on the
It's
same
being
point
pushed down the memory hole.
Yeah, I was thinking on the same point in as far as the Britain is concerned with 7th of July 2005, the 7/7 bombings. That's not really all that talked about these days as well.
Well, and it's it's not okay. Put it this way. I know people will say, "Oh, that's disrespectful to even compare the two." No, I'm sorry. I'm tired of shutting my mouth and not speaking what my instincts are telling me to say because people think it's disrespectful. I'm so sorry.
Right.
I'm done with those
Like,
days. Okay?
my
Because
instincts tell me that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, please, Jason. Because
I was just
again,
going to say,
I'm
you're
wondering
right
why
about
they don't feel this
instincts.
way. Yeah.
No, you're right about instincts. My instincts tell me that if somebody gets on a tube car with a bomb and it blows up, the bottom of the floor is not going to be coming up into the tube as if they got the backpack under the tube somehow. Those were not explosive devices that were brought on that tube. There's a video called let me see, the ripple effect. What's it called? The 7/7 ripple effect. And everybody should see it. There's an hour-long one, then there's a bit longer one it's over 2 hours. It's a little more in depth, but it goes into that entire false flag, how there wasn't even, like, they were from the suburbs of London. They didn't know London too well. Their train coming into the city, talk about God being there that day. The 9:40 train that they needed to be in London was canceled. It was just cut out of the entire rotation. Maybe it broke down, something like that. And I don't know if that's what threw the huge stick in the spokes or if there was other problems. But talk about a load of crap to keep the Bush war in Iraq going when British folk weren't having it any more than American folk were.
Well, and again, I'm going to put this point forward with what happened with Charlie Kirk today and tomorrow's celebration. And I'm going to show you guys there is a pattern here, whether or not you want to see it. I don't like when I see patterns like this, but I know I'm right. There's a thing that gels these events together. And it was interesting because it's something I was talking to Raphael about all day because it was irking the crap out of me. And then tonight, RFK Jr. posted something. I was like, there it is. There it is. There you go. Where RFK posted a condolence tonight about Charlie Kirk, but he compared him basically to JFK. And it is something that I have been saying all day. This stinks like the JFK assassination. There's too many similarities here, way too many, including the fact that what did Charlie Kirk do over the summer? Charlie Kirk was on a Tucker Carlson interview this summer, and he was not super happy with Israel. He wasn't nasty about Israel, but he was not super happy with their influence in American politics and the way that is going right now. And it was very interesting because in August, a friend of Charlie Kirk's actually posted and had said that Kirk was afraid, that he was afraid Israel was going to retaliate. And literally, it stated pretty much what that in an open air arena, he was going to get shot. He was going to get taken out. And that was posted on August 13th. So again, when I saw what happened today, I thought, well, how does this all work in? Well, you've got JFK, where we had the CIA release that showed us that, yeah, Israel was up to something. We have 9/11, where we know Israel was up to something. And now we've got Charlie Kirk's assassination the night before, which is a huge distraction. And it also took away from the fact that Bibi Netanyahu went public today and was basically making the statement that, they would wipe Qatar off the face of the earth if they wanted to, if Qatar dared to hit them back. And because Qatar this morning had said, guess what? We're not going to take this line down. You just bombed us. We're not Hamas. We're not Gaza. You bombed us. And, there was no heads up. Hey, by the way, guys, we're going to precision bomb in your capital. No. And Qatar is a U.S. ally.
Right. Qatar is a U.S. ally. That's where CENTCOM was when we went into Afghanistan and into Iraq afterwards. We're closer with Qatar than we put on to be. I really think this is a little more show for the masses than anything, but I could be wrong.
There's, like I said, there's a lot going on here, Jason, a lot that people are not really queuing into. And I'm like, this is going to be very hard for some people to digest. I think if I'm right, which my gut is telling me I am right, it's going to be very hard for certain people to accept. One, because Charlie Kirk was always as pro-Israel. He always has been pro-Israel, and God love him, he did it in good faith. But something turned him within this year. Something altered him on that approach. He wasn't anti-Israel, but he was starting to basically say, wait a minute. Oh, whoa.
Backpedal.
No, this isn't right. Yeah, this isn't right. Why does Israel have so much say in U.S. politics? Who are Israel to tell us what we have to censor? I mean, he was starting to speak out.
That's the problem, though. You can't see what's going on and with a straight face defend what they're doing, and while at the same time have the same people that are, our government's covering up the complicity or the culpability of the same people that are blackmailing our politicians using the most abhorrent form of blackmail possible. There's just no way for him to defend it. So every time he got into a debate, whether it was with Tucker Carlson or anybody else, he had to backpedal. And at some point, you have, even the densest person starts to realize, hey, maybe I'm on the wrong side of this.
Yeah.
Well, they start, like I said, sometimes it just takes a person queuing into one pattern. And I've said that a million times. As a person who can't avoid patterns, I hate it, but it's true. I see them immediately. But sometimes it just takes a person one time to see one pattern, and it opens up a whole different reality. And they begin to question everything. And it's like, that doesn't mean you lose faith. It doesn't mean any of those things. It means you are intelligently questioning the narrative, which we should all be doing.
Right.
That's what I don't understand. Why are we all not questioning the narrative? I mean, even with 9/11, it brings up a wonderful reminder of how many resist questioning the narrative of what happened that day. I understand it's painful. I understand it almost feels like sometimes like treason. Like when you question what the government told you, you're like, God, maybe I should, they're supposed to look out for us. It can't be that easy. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of it and you start looking at the amounts of money that were getting passed around and the betrayals. And I mean, Rafi and I have a very good friend who was there that day. And he still to this day is battling health issues. He goes up in New York all the time, seeing doctors. because of the after effects of what he suffered that day.
Right,
And the
that's what we
days
refer to as a red zone survivor. I'm very good friends with a red zone survivor. He was a professional breakdancer at the time, and the neurological effects due to he got hurt real bad. When the first tower came down, it knocked him, he was clean knocked out, and he was knocked out for so long that by the time paramedics got to him to help him out, the second tower had fallen. That's how long he was out for. And to this day, he still goes for treatments. He's just started getting dancing back a little bit 4 years ago. That was when I met him at a music event, actually. It had nothing to do with 9/11 whatsoever. I was just in New York doing a music event and ran into him, and we got to talking, and it was like, oh, well, you know, and so things went from there to there. But yeah, awful, awful. So many more people died from breathing that crap in or getting injured in other ways than actually died on the day.
I think that's kind of what our friend deals with, the some of the respiratory issues, definitely different things. I mean, then there's the psychological impact, which isn't, I mean, he was NYPD. So yeah, he lost friends, he lost coworkers. It's not a good thing for him. In fact, Ruffy's going to go out with him tomorrow night to try to, kind of be there for him, because it's a hard day. But on top of that, you've got, like, my cousin's husband was there at Ground Zero. He's on disability for the rest of his life because of his injuries. He was helping to drag people out and down to the hospital. I believe it was St. Vincent's, trying to get him in, help people out. And he ended up getting hurt really badly. So, I mean, it's a day that for some of us, it's never going to go away, because we have reminders of it constantly. It lives within our families. My family lives there. I have, part of my family was actually, they're now in Mayapec, but they were in Yonkers when that happened. In fact, they lost their radios and their TVs because the antenna for their radio and TV was on top of the tower. So when the tower came down, there went their reception. So again, it hits some of us differently than it hits others. But the fact that it's not commemorated in any way where we have to take a moment. I mean, for years after Pearl Harbor, it was a day kids did not go to school. It was a day for families to be together, to respect what had occurred for generations. That only stopped recently. But now, no. I mean, there's no acknowledgement. I mean, the survivors are half at war because half of them believe that, this was intentional, half of them don't. So, I mean, that within itself is a whole other ballgame. And then you've got, basically very limited news coverage, because who's the media owned by? Well, that's a whole other ballgame, isn't it? That's a different story. But, it all wraps into what I just said earlier. Who's the media owned by?
And they don't want focus on that, especially now.
Well, again, like I said, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for more than one reason, and to more than one cause. And I think when people begin to realize that, then they're going to start really digging into information and saying exactly what is going on here.
Well, Nancy, you saw those posts about the one had from Nino that had reported his being shot 19 hours before it happened, and another one that had his little blurb, like a Wikipedia, saying that he died today at like 3:00 when he hadn't been pronounced. Yeah, that's a little weird.
Wikipedia I can excuse, because I knew as soon as and you know that, I knew I had the video within 15 minutes of him being shot. I mean, I was literally the first person on Telegram to post it. I can tell you that. I beat out the news agencies. But it was when I saw that shot. What did I say to you, Vicky? That was a kill shot.
It was.
There's no surviving that. Nope. I mean, that hit him straight up, right in the freaking artery. You can see everything explode out. He was dead before he hit the ground. There was no surviving that. Period. End of sentence. And anybody with any medical background would know that immediately.
It looked real, But there are some posts out there that have said, well, look at that little thing on the side of his, neck there. And could that be, where it exploded, faked?
Could it be a
And I'm like,
squib?
yeah, yep. I don't know if you've seen those, Nancy, but they're out there.
Well,
They
and here's the
are
other
out
thing.
there. I think it's something very reasonable to look into. And I'm not one of these people, just so y'all know, because I know I'm a little bit, newer here. I'm not one of these folks that just looks at every single like this. Oh, it's fake. It's fake. If it's a school shooting, it's fake right off the bat. Very much the opposite. I know folks are going to come at me from every direction. So I want to make sure I'm on my P's and Q's as far as any investigative type of work I might have done or, collaborated from other people's work.
I would find it very believable if it was fake because it works to the white hat advantage.
Yes.
Okay. It really does.
But that doesn't mean it is,
Yeah.
Exactly. To me, yeah, that would work because, and again, we were told that those who are alive are dead, those who are dead are alive. So anybody who followed Q is always on the lookout for any kind of red flag like that because we know that nothing is what we think it is 90% of the time. So
well, you don't got to be Q to know nothing is what you think it is.
Exactly. That's what I said. Q didn't tell anybody any like huge mysterious secret. He just woke you up to it. Said, hey.
Jason brought up a real good point about the school shooting. Do you know, despite what Kirk had outside of Denver, there was a school shooting today?
Yep, I saw that. Several children.
It's the other thing that happens. You'll see earthquakes go unreported.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that is a whole. We will bring that up in the next segment.
Yeah, Nancy brought all that up. She's been looking at that for a while now.
Yeah, but Oregon's really shaking, and actually New Jersey is having fault lines. Their fault lines are opening up in their streets. So I mean,
how about
obviously seismic activity going on there. So, and again,
that's
they're not.
Where I'm from, in case you didn't know. Good old armpit of America, New Jersey.
But they have a really good school system, though.
Oh yeah, great.
Yeah, right. Communist schools.
Great.
No, they really do. Yeah, my brother teaches there, and he was like, "No, it really is one of the best schools." So I looked it up because where I live, it was one of the top 100 schools in the U.S. And New Jersey beats us out.
I was just gonna say,
the school system isn't too bad around here, anyways.
Huh?
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
I guess it depends on where you live in the state.
Anywhere where Chris Christie lives, I don't want to be. Just putting it that way. Let's get real honest here, because it's like I was surprised that under Biden he wasn't the token minister of health, because honest to God, I mean that man just drives me batty, sitting there and basically correcting people, and I'm like, you're a fat slob. I mean, Jabba the Hutt.
I'm down here in Trenton, New Jersey.
Well, you gotta be like that.
He comes down here from North Jersey. It's a small state. He could tip it over.
Well, you gotta be like that, guys. Come on now. This guy is an elected official of New Jersey, the greatest state in the United States, right?
All right. Mark, I want to let you know, in fact, Larry Hersman, if you're listening, I'm going to bring up what you mentioned in the next segment. And Dave, I know I'm out of time. Guys, I got to take us out to our first break on time this week.
Oh, this is
in
a
there.
break.
We're back for the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
Man, I should pay attention. I thought that was a break time. I would have never said that in public. Oh my God. That was embarrassing.
But you know what? Larry's making a really good point, something that Vicky and I talked about on the phone earlier, because we both know what real blood looks like, guys, and especially from a wound. And that the girl on the subway, one of the things that bothers me about that is that is bright red blood. That is Hollywood blood. That's not blood because blood turns dark.
I haven't seen it yet. I still have yet to have seen it.
You mentioned that in your audio.
I'm going to leave those comments up. If anybody else posts comments in chats, I'll post them like that. So if you can see them.
Yep.
All right.
I see them.
And Nancy, be sure to check your Facebook on that as well, because you can go right there and comment directly to him too.
To that. Yeah, but that's hard to do while I'm talking.
Is he on
I can't-
Facebook?
I was gonna say, yeah, he's in
Yeah.
the Facebook chat.
Yeah, Larry's on Facebook chat. Got Linda Porter in there too. We got a bunch of folks over in the Kick chat. Outlaw B. We got
It's hard for me to
Roger
the same
and
thing that Lawrence
Falisco and
to you, Nancy.
Veterans
about
Radio, and we
that
got
blood didn't flow out.
Hazard FTW.
Oh, dude,
We talked about that.
Yeah, there was,
Yeah.
as both of us being in the medical industry, we both looked at it and went, and I even said to Vicky, well, it could have been nicked and she could have slipped forward. And when she went down between the seats, she could have cranked her neck and that would have it would have torn it. But it doesn't explain bright red blood. I mean, that is not what blood looks like.
If it was
yeah,
arterial blood and she was hitting the carotid, that would be bright red, but you would see it spray upward. You saw
the guy
him
wasn't
hitting
covered
the
in
jugular
blood
vein, and it was coming out of his neck downward. That's dark red. That's venous blood.
Well, that's why I said when he got hit, that's why I said to you, what was the first thing I said? Look at his assassination compared to what happened to her.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I told you. That there's
And
no
if you
way
look
she
at
could have been
if
hit
you
in the
look at
neck.
his assassination today, check this out. If you listen to his assassination today, when the gunshot went off, it was not something, if it was high powered, it must have had some super high duty suppressor stuff on it, or a special air type gun. Because
what did I tell you, Nancy?
because everybody that all the other hosts before suspected this is a professional hit job.
Oh yeah, it was definitely professional.
Sniper. I mean,
Yep.
come on. He was
Someone
200
had to
yards
be.
away.
Someone was super trained for this to do that.
Yeah.
If it was real as what they sold it to us as, absolutely, no question about it. It had to be somebody that was a professional.
Yeah, but a 70-meter shot is not hard, even for an AR. But it was definitely suppressed.
I dig it, but you probably would agree with me, right?
That did not come out like anything with the president. You know what I'm saying? When the president was shot,
that was faker than fake with the president. What a good litmus test.
Yeah, it was fake.
But again, it's one of those things where
you would never. It is fake. He didn't even mention 3 people were supposed to have died. There was a firefighter that was supposed to have died that was never even mentioned about. You want to talk about like 9/11? They want you to forget about it.
Before we get back on here, I gotta.
That's what they want you to forget about in time. Those 3 victims that took the 3 bullets that were meant for Trump, because it's easier that way if you forget about it. People won't look into it until these people even existed.
Right.
Right.
Well, I can tell you,
sounds crazy to some, but
the firefighter he reached out.
We got to figure out a way to stop talking over each other. It's
that's
annoying as shit.
Yeah. It's not going to happen though. There's too many of us. All right.
Yeah, everybody's pretty worked up. I'm getting ready to do a countdown here in seconds, like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you were live and back on the radio side right now.
9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, September the 10th, 2025. Can y'all believe it's been 24 years as of midnight tonight since 9/11 happened? It's been, I mean, a quarter of some people's lives, almost more, a little bit under half of my life. Think about that. I mean, I'll be 50. I was 55 this year. It happened 24 years ago. Can't even believe it. It's just, it's hard to get my head around because I still remember exactly what I was doing, exactly what I was feeling. And I remember going to my kids' school and pulling them out and bringing them home because I did not want them anywhere out of my sight. Still remember doing that. And my heart beating as I was going. But it's, what a day, guys! What a day, and it's very telling the way our panel is handling things today. We're all very hyper, we're all trying to get our 2 cents in. We're all very disturbed, I think, because I think everybody knows on this board, except with maybe for exception to Mark Edworthy, and I think he kind of gets it, that what happened today it's like putting a match to dynamite.
Yeah, it's a catalyst. Yep.
It's
No,
not good.
I do understand that it's a pivotal day. Yeah, I'm not blind to the news. I'm not blind to history. Even I remember where I was on that specific occasion.
Yep. See, we forget
yeah,
here in America that we forget in the States because they didn't make a big deal about what happened in London here in the States. And I know Jason will back me up on that. Rafi will back me up on that. I mean, we thought it was horrible, but we were still shaking from 9/11 in a lot of ways. And we were starting to question because your event occurred not too long after the commission came out. And when the commission came out here in the States, I actually ordered I have a first edition copy of the commission report. And I can tell you when I read it, it wasn't, a lot of stuff was not adding up. And that's a little disturbing. But I can tell you for years, like it took Ralphie even, like Ralphie was sold on that whole thing a couple of years before I was, because I kept saying, no, because again, you got to understand that jet fuel burns at a certain amount of heat. If it got down the elevator shafts, and I know basically that those towers were built to collapse the way they did. And that is true. That is not a lie. If you actually look up the architect of the Twin Towers, he built them to pancake because they were built with the thought process of collateral damage.
They were built to pancake under controlled demolition conditions.
Yes,
That sounds
but they
good.
were built to come down the way they did. So basically, it was to basically control any kind of collateral damage to the area, because all those buildings have great value. They're all multi-million-dollar buildings easily. So yeah, what real estate venturist would want to see damage to the surrounding buildings? They wouldn't. But that being said, Larry, I am going to address your little point that you made, because it's something that Vicki and I had a very rousing conversation about today on the phone. And for my listeners, I'm going to read this out to you because Larry is in one of our chats right now. He's actually on Facebook in the chat. So if y'all want to join him, have at it. He's a great guy. But he said, I find it strange that the woman who got stabbed in the neck didn't have the amount of blood spurting / flowing like the neck injury from Charlie Kirk. Very interesting. You should bring that up because Vicki and I went at it round and round and round because both of us have medical background. And she noted, well, for a death strike like that, I don't understand why there wasn't an explosion. I mean, where's the blood? And I had noted it's the wrong color. The blood is the wrong color. Now, it could be a refraction of light with the cameras. It could be a light setting in the cameras. But blood is not bright red like that. Once
Unless
it hits
arterial. If it's arterial.
Even if it's arterial, though, you know that once it's on the ground for more than like 10 seconds, it darkens.
Oh, yeah, it does. Mm-hmm.
You look at the pictures of people leading over to help her, and you look at the blood, you're like, that's Hollywood blood.
Yeah, it's orange.
It's the wrong color. That's like, and they don't expect us to notice things like that because we're caught in the horror of what we're looking at. But I will say, and it's something I said it to Vicki over and over, is what I cannot get out of my head with that event is the look on her face. You can't fake that. That was not fake. She was terrified. Like, you can see it. She's stricken. Like, she has no clue what's going on. And
something that sort of I'm sorry, Nancy. Something that sort of I thought was ironic is that it seemed like the news filtered over to Britain before it filtered over to the mainstream US media. The US media was quite slow on the story.
Yeah, because
on 9/11
US media
too, weren't they? Didn't they say that the building 7 fell before it did in Britain?
Well, yeah. In fact, the problem with that particular thing, and Raphael, that's something he brings up all the time, is that they're saying the building is down, but you're looking at the TV and there's a reporter standing in front of the standing building behind him.
Right.
That was
well,
James Stanley for BBC.
Stanley.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So
Right,
you had
Gene
literally
Stanley,
had.
but it was at 5 o'clock. I mean, who would have fed that teleprompter 20 minutes early? I just wanted to
Yep.
real quick, if I could say something on the collateral damage you were talking about earlier about them being built to be brought down. I could totally see that. Those are before the days of asbestos, and that was the reason that they couldn't bring them down, because the asbestos just would have been everywhere. The only thing is that's the reason they had to come down, is because it would have cost 3-point-something billion to remove that asbestos. And that's exactly what the buildings were worth. It just didn't make any sense. Half of them were vacant. They were cold, drafty, etc. But there was something called a slurry wall. This was a really difficult project to keep the Hudson River out.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Battery Park didn't even exist. All of Battery Park, that's all dirt that they dug out to get to the bedrock of 1 and 2. But anyway, so the slurry wall, they had, that was their idea. We'll build this wall and keep the water out, and we'll call it, it's like a bathtub thing. That's another reason they call it the bathtub or whatever. So that was one of the major things in terms of whoever, brought these things down. They didn't want to crack that bathtub. That would have let all of the Hudson, I mean, it just would have flooded from Canal Street down, all of downtown Manhattan. So whoever did it had to know that 1 and 2 wasn't going to break that slurry wall. And it's interesting when you think about directed energy and just how they dustified or whatever, Well,
Well,
but
it's
yeah, I was
funny
thinking about
because
the slurry wall.
Vicky's actually talking about the dues in the chat right now, asking if the dues brought him down. I said, thermite, but it could be considered one of the same, or it could have been a mutual action. But
There was
you're right.
definitely thermite used because there was the fingerprints
Yeah.
of it. 6% of all 32 dust samples was nothing but iron-rich microspheres, and that's the fingerprint telltale sign of not just thermite, because they've been welding railroad tracks together for years. But yeah, nanothermite, or otherwise known as super thermite. That's something you can't make in a bathtub. It's nothing like that. It's something that at the time was only made in 2 different DoD laboratories in the United States. Now it's made in a lot of different places. They definitely used that. They used shape cutter charges. Whether they used directed energy or not, I couldn't tell you. But I do know they dustified, looking a lot like those California fires.
That's what they used for DEWs for those. They used the DEWs, and I read other posts that said they used DEWs for the Twin Towers.
Well, they may, like I said, they could have used DEWs to ignite the thermite. That's a possibility. That's very plausible. But I do want to go back to what Jason was saying about the construction of those buildings, where they're at, and the risk of the Hudson. He is right. There are seawalls there. And that's why, when I make the point of why they skewed this whole thing the way they did, from the top down rather than from the bottom up, they could not have a large type of explosion occur at the very base of the towers. Why? Because it would have put those walls at heavy duty risk. It would have taken them out. Honest to God, that would have been beyond. I mean, too many people would have lost too much money with that for it not to be questioned. Trust me on that one. Not only that, but again, we had a lot of our gold reserves underneath the towers. The last thing they would have wanted would have been flooding down there. So again, I think this whole thing was very precision planned. It's kind of like today. I don't think
they found a lot of those gold reserves 6 months later in trucks that for some reason or another got trapped, leaving on 9/11 with the gold.
Which stinks of what, Jason? Let's wrap that to Hollywood, because what movie had that in it? Die Hard?
Right, whatever, but Bruce Willis, wasn't it? Was it part 2? Part 2 or part 1?
Yep.
I think it was part
Die Hard 2. It was the second one.
And
it was the Germans.
Was it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It was the Germans that, were doing that whole thing. But again, so much of this I can wrap into Hollywood movies. It's crazy, but it's like,
that's 9/11. It's a crime and a crime and a crime, like Russian dolls. And the thing is, every time they pull a giant false flag like this, it's always for 10, 12, 15, 20 reasons. It's never just for half a dozen reasons. It's like
Yep.
JFK, for instance. People say, well, it was because of Demona. Well, it was the mob. It was all of those things. And it had to be all of those things because everybody had to have plausible deniability. Everybody had to have their finger wet. You know what I mean? That way we're all in this together. If you snitch, we're all going down. But if you snitch, we're all going down. So if any of us say nothing, we're all going down. So, you know.
Well, it's like Hillary Clinton said in 2016. If I go down, you're all going down, because it's the same type linchpin. And the thing is that, again, even today, Charlie Kirk's assassination, I guarantee you there are 5 million different reasons why he had to be eliminated if he was
It's
eliminated.
just like Epstein.
Yep.
Yeah, if you go down, we're all going down. This is not a Republican thing. This is as bipartisan as it gets.
Yep. But again, I just find it very interesting the way it's timed. And I keep saying it, guys, I'm telling you, y'all are missing the book here, because it wraps into JFK, it wraps into 9/11, and now you have another assassination. And I'm telling you, you're being shown a story. That's what's happening. You're seeing.
And he works for
history unpacked.
turning point. That's his
Yep.
turning point. That was pretty okay.
Yep. It's like I said, and I'm one of these people, maybe it's stupid to say this, but I'm kind of hoping this was a false flag that was planned, and maybe Charlie Kirk is still with us. I hope that is the case. I really do. Because I really think he is a spectacular young man. I give him credit, because he does things that nobody will touch. I mean, who really gives a crap about the young people? Nobody does, obviously, because look at them. Let's be very honest. We all should feel a lot of shame for the younger generation, because we allowed it. And now they're running around without direction, with a ton of pharmaceuticals pumped into them and a ton of bad information. And nobody did anything to stop it. He was like one of the only people that was trying to at least curb it, at least get on their level and let them know, hey, you're confused, but I still respect you and I want to hear what you have to say. Because
the wrong people got to them. The wrong people that
that's
told
it.
them all this,
But
stuff.
again, I'm angry because as a parent myself, I've always, and Rafi will definitely agree with me on this, I've always been very much on top of my kids about, what are you thinking? How do you feel? What do you think about this? And I gotta say, I was impressed with my daughter today. I had no idea she was a fan of Charlie Kirk. And here she was posting on her Facebook how horrible this was and how she listened to him. And she always thought he was great with young people and how much that was needed. So, and she's not that young. I mean, she's in her mid-30s now, but it's still, it's refreshing to me to know that, hey, all that time you spent saying, I don't care what politics you have. I don't care who you think is right and wrong. Just make sure it's right in your gut. If it's right in your gut, follow it. Don't listen to me. You can't be like me. You're not me. You don't have my experiences. You don't have my perception. But you do know right from wrong. You do know good from bad. When I don't care who's saying something, if it smells wrong, sounds wrong, then don't care what political party or what religion they are. Don't let it get into you. Don't absorb it. Reject it. And you know what? They both followed up with that. Both my kids, and I think both of Rafi's kids are like that too. So but this generation, that young, oh my God, these kids are, come on, they've got adults who are supposed to be helping them, giving them advice that can medically destroy them for their lives. The rest of it, psychologically and medically, destroy them.
That's a tragedy. It really is.
Make them sterile, make them suicidal. All of these things, it's horrific if you think about it.
It is.
I mean, we're probably going to go down as the most barbarically freaking ridiculously retarded generation when it comes to how we tried to help the younger generation. No joke.
Just one point on that. Something to think about. This goes back to the sort of in this case, trust the science or trust the education system, the mainstream education system. Is that sort of understanding of trying to work out who to trust. I mean, you've got this problem with
That's
trust,
intentional.
and yeah.
We've been pounded since the day we literally are in the States. It's from the day you're born, because literally the day that you're born, you are registered and given a social security number and a birth certificate. Pretty much from that moment on, you are owned by the U.S. government. So literally,
And
for us, it starts day
traded on
one.
the stock exchange.
Yeah, and then they go to school. And what happened with the schools? Well, the schools got taken over by socialists. Oh, I don't know, about 60 years ago. And you'd only notice if you were paying attention. They started changing holidays. They started segueing into things. I mean, I remember when they came up with Martin Luther King Day, and my kids were in grade school, elementary. And I remember my mother telling me I was going to get in big trouble. But I went up to the principal's office because I was furious because they had given the kids off for Martin Luther King Day, and they were not observing President's Day, which was Abraham Lincoln and George Washington's birthdays. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why? Can I ask why this would supersede this? These are the founding fathers of the nation. Why are we? I mean, I have no disrespect for Martin Luther. Absolutely observe his birthday. Put him in because they're all around the same date. Just add him. But you don't give him his own holiday and take away another holiday. And that's what they were doing. And right there, I could already see that this impression. That and my kindergarten son had a teacher who was telling the kids to tell their parents to vote Bill Clinton. I'll never forget it. I was so livid. I was a kindergartner being told to go home and tell their parents to vote for Bill Clinton. And I remember that was, his school hated me. His school really hated me because I called the principal of the school and I was like, why is my 6-year-old child being taught anything about politics? Period. End of sentence. Question mark. And they couldn't answer me. But it wasn't censored. I mean, she was allowed to continue doing that. And that happened with both my kids all the way through school. So, yeah, as a parent, I was highly observant and I was very, how shall you say, critical, to the point where I pulled my daughter. My daughter was homeschooled until the end of high school by me. And my son was homeschooled by me. And then I put him in a charter school where it was a very open environment where he could actually expand the way he needed to. And he had a great one-on-one teacher. And he ended up actually graduating ahead of his class and going on to college and doing very well. But I had to take him out of the public school environment because I'll never forget it. He used to say to me all the time, Mom, these teachers are stupid. They're stupid, Mom. Like, you ask them a question and they get mad at you because they don't know the answer themselves. And then they look up the answer and they call you after class and they're still mad at you because you actually can explain it better than they can. So, I mean, he was very frustrated with high school and school overall as an experience. And I didn't blame him. And I thought to myself, oh, that is definitely my kid. Because again, you're there for a reason as an educator. We have trusted you with our children, with the future of this country. And a lot of them did not. It was just a paycheck or it was a political ideology. It had nothing to do
funding it.
Yeah,
it
had
federal
nothing to do
funding.
with these kids. And they created a hot mess. Teachers unions. There shouldn't be a teachers union. Are we out of our minds? What are we doing? I mean, that's why we ended up with the federal education.
Right.
Because of the teachers unions, and that's who's taking all the money out of that till. So it's, again, we set ourselves up for failure. And what are unions? Unions are a form of what? Socialism. It works, but it doesn't work.
Well, you have to look at where the money is being funded into. No child left behind. No, that all the.
I'm going to approach this from a British. I'm going to approach this from a British view. Ideally, a union is there to make sure that the workers are treated correctly. Getting
exactly.
the right amount of pay, getting the right amount of holiday, getting the right amount of benefits. But in Britain, unions have been corrupted to act as sort of just political sponsors. And sponsors for mainly the Labour Party in the UK, where in the UK the Conservative Party tends to get their electioneering money and get the electioneering money from private sector, but the Labour Party receives the money mainly from the unions. So rather
Makes you
than
think it's in here.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, our part right now, you can literally go right down the line. The unions support Democrats mainly. Why? Because Democrats got their agendas passed. But the problem is that the union leadership and the union membership are two different animals. And they make promises, but like Rafi knows this. Rafi worked union strikes on the security end of it because they tend to get violent, especially in the Northeast. But I can tell you for a fact that I saw many occasions where companies had come to heel. They had given in to all the demands that the unions were asking for, and the union leadership was lying to the membership about what offers were being made and telling them, oh, no, this isn't good enough. Oh, no. And literally to the point where it was insane. And these people were going without pay. They were, spending their days freezing their butts off on these picket lines. Some of them getting arrested because they were going too far because they were all riled up by the picket lines. So to me, it morphed into a political tool, number one, a money-making tool for the leadership in a huge way. And it not necessarily something that worked to the advantage of the actual workers. And that's problematic. And so, like I said, to me, I'm glad I live in a state that is not really unionized. We have some unions here, like the Lobos for the fire department. The police department has their union. Of course, the teachers' unions are here. But for the main population, there is no union because it's not about equal pay anymore. It's not about that. It's about outrageous amounts of pay for a job that shouldn't be getting that kind of pay. I mean, I think there was the painters up in New York City. They were making more than like engineers in Florida. And that's all they do is paint.
Well, I think the main goal of the labor unions is to make sure that they're getting paid a living wage. I mean, that's the lowest litmus that they have. And in places like New England, it's extremely expensive, and that's why they do make more up there. But if you go, the problem is that, like you said, they've been co-opted by criminal entities and political operatives that are currying favor from politicians, and that's where the problems lie. It's not that the unions are bad. I think the inherent, the core mission of the unions is not a bad thing, because I mean, you got to look at the working conditions prior to that.
Yes.
They were abhorrent, and people were fully taken advantage of. They were literally treated like human livestock, and that's exactly what the rulers of this planet think of us. We are
There's
human
definitely
livestock
two
to be.
sides of it.
Agreed. But I will say, what union people do to non-union people is no different than what the companies were doing to people before the unions came along.
Yeah.
So, there's a line here that's got to be drawn. And it's kind of like what I said. I was making a comparison today with
Well, do you like your 40-hour work week?
Well, yeah, well, if you can get a 40-hour work week anymore, most work weeks are 32 to 35.
Exactly.
So
you know why?
it's
because they have to train more people to do the same job when they can just squeeze the same out of you. They've already invested the money in you. They're going to squeeze every damn bit out of you that they can, even if it means paying overtime.
And sometimes they don't want to give you the insurance, so they'll give you, let's say, we got
There you
31
go.
hours, 32 hours. We don't got your 40 hours, so we don't got your insurance.
Guys, Mark's going to kill me. I got to take us out on break. Hang in there, folks. We're out on our long break for the evening. When we return, we're going to continue on the same subject matter with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
But I can, with the unions, like I said, they are kind of like Israel is in some ways. I made the point today on Facebook, and I know people did not like it, but I don't care. Israel is doing exactly.
Here's my problem with unions, and my dad and I were in unions. All right. My problem with unions are all of the officers were never worked, ever worked in those positions that they're representing. Like it
Some real
used
mafia
to be
stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, it is. They are. Oh, you will find that all of these officers have a law degree.
Yep.
And when I was going through business college and learning labor relations, the first thing that I learned about mediation was if you deal with a union officer, you're dealing with a lawyer.
Yep.
Not someone that's ever worked a day in his life that did that manual labor. Now, I don't have a problem with unions that protect people with like steel mills, coal mines, and like really dangerous places.
Yep.
I have a problem with, all the unions that are out there that are trying to supersede OSHA regulations. All right, because the need for, at the business level, for normal business, OSHA's taking care of that now. We don't need to. If you need to take and you feel you need representation, you can go and get yourself a lawyer and he'll act as your agent if you're afraid to go to your boss. You can do that.
What do you think about
it's been like that for a long time. A lot of folks don't know that. And then you have states like Pennsylvania that have, areas. We will not allow anything that's non-union.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about like city buses and stuff? You think they need the unions?
Yeah. But in any government position or job should, no matter what level, should not be unionized, including law enforcement. I'm sorry.
It's illegal.
Okay,
yeah,
because it's covered. Because I wasn't watching. But anyways, I'll get us to part 2 here in just a sec. Let's see here. Legion of Chaos 2. And we will go into that one right now, and I will get us up and rolling. And I'll add the folks there. Jason and Roger. Mark. Raph. Let's go, folks.
Hey.
All right. We all back?
All right.
No, not all of us. I know Ruffy's there.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys catch what I said earlier?
Law enforcement. I caught
law enforcement is that's all covered under OSHA already. So,
in the UK, in the UK, it's actually illegal for police officers, police to join a union.
Really?
Yeah. This goes back. Well, it has always been, as far as I'm aware, illegal for the police to have a union.
I look at law enforcement the same way as I look at like the military. Okay, can you imagine if the military unionized, how that would work out? All right, come on now, get with it, folks.
Like, I live right outside of Philly here, and just yesterday they finally agreed on a deal with their contract. This happens every single time SEPTA,
Why
the
is there a
Southeastern
contract?
Pennsylvania
That's the
Transportation
thing.
Authorities thing comes up, and I was wondering, so you think, nah, F it, they shouldn't even have a they shouldn't even be part of Local 234. They shouldn't, right?
Why is
They
there a
shouldn't even have them.
contract? Why is there a
I'm not-
contract for that?
I mean, their
You know,
contract seems pretty right on to me. But I don't
No,
work for them.
if the city's running it, or the state or the feds running it, why is there a contract? No.
Oh, right.
Why?
Tango.
Why is there a
Tango.
contract? Now, if you're going to take and do that, okay, the minute the minute a contract runs out, oh, then it's time to get a new contractor as a group. All right, sure. You might be able to, get some cheaper, someone to do it cheaper for less, or, and have less quality or the same quality. But if you make a contract with a company to do that, that's different. All right. Like the military does contracts, to buy planes, tanks, even when we're home, home here, or even abroad, they will send and make a contract with a local company to come in and do cooking or cleaning or whatever. That happens. So, but you have that's something that should not be ever.
Yeah, they make these ridiculous threats that aren't even logistically possible for the city. We're going to cut service by 20%, and we're going to increase. And my aunt's like, no, and I'm like, I'm telling my aunt, please calm down, calm down. They do this every single time. I'm 46 years old. They've been doing this since I was 12.
That's all to squeeze money out of you. And they know this. All right.
Nancy,
it's just a way that they take and squeeze the money out of you for no reason. Well, for their reason, all right, without representation. Oh, sure, you can vote those folks out, but what are you going to get? You're still going to have to deal with that problem. They're going to say, but the problem is do you outsource, or do you take and deal with it? Okay, this is the pay. This is what we agreed upon, and unless you take another job or we say you get a raise, rock on, right to work.
Right, because that's what I used to say. I'll take your job. Like, wow, with great deal.
Nancy suggested, or mentioned, or inferred earlier about unions pushing themselves into certain organisations and certain.
Oh yeah, they're
sectors.
all over, and then they're politically motivated on top of that, because they give to certain organizations and get kickbacks from that because of representation.
There was an issue in the 1920s during U.S. Prohibition where this was really evident. And interestingly, which was done by, let's say, less than savory people. But there's the is it the UK employment rights bill, which is going through legislation at this present moment, and it's just been amended, so I've not reviewed the amendment, but at one point, if it still doesn't exist, there was a clause stating that that unions could push themselves into companies, SMEs, any sort of company.
Nancy, are you there? Because we're getting ready for a countdown. Hello, Nancy. Okay.
Yes.
Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side for hour 2 right now.
And we're back, 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September the 10th, 2025. Very interesting 10-minute break there. We were squabbling about unions. Such a touchy subject, such a touchy subject. And one that, it's hard because, again, you're talking about something that is supposed to champion the working man, the guy that just couldn't get above it. And, it was your shield against the, I guess you could say the billionaires, or at that time period when they started the millionaires, because I don't even think the word billion was in the language yet. But literally, it was something that was supposed to protect you from companies that took advantage of the workforce, companies that literally worked people to death, quite literally, and did so with impunity. So it's kind of like, I always say to people, unions remind me of the Klan in some ways. And actually, if you want to go forward in time, the BLM, where they started with the right intentions. They were on the right track. They came together and formed for good reason. But like everything else that can show a profit, they got infiltrated and corrupted. And it's sad because we see it time and time and time again in society, where basically something that is started with good intention, started to help people, gets taken over, and in my view, 90% of the time by the very people that they're fighting against. If you really, think about that. When we were on break, we were talking about how Mark was giving us his, insider information because he was part of a union. His dad was part of a union. He was saying that all union officers basically have a law degree. They're all lawyers. Well, aren't lawyers kind of half the group that they were fighting against? Don't corporations have high-power lawyers? Isn't that kind of like every time you talk about lawyers infiltrating anything, it gets corrupted? Every dang time. It never fails. Like it is, and I say that tongue in cheek because I'm sure there are litigators out there with very good intentions. A few. But for the most part, law is no longer about justice. It hasn't been about justice in a very long time. Law is about money. And that is what has corrupted us time and time and time again in pretty much every way imaginable, including 9/11, including what happened with Charlie Kirk today. Guarantee there's a financial spin to that. All of it is about money. And
I
go
just
ahead.
want to caveat that lawyers, solicitors, barristers, lawyers, I use lawyers as a overall term. They are there to interpret the law, to defend or prosecute based upon.
Hold on, Mark. See, this is a different type of law, okay? Because when you talk about mediation, all right, between company and government and people, all right, there's like a common law thing here that supersedes all the other law. So if you take and do an agreement with that, all right, it will never go to court. It doesn't have to be held to those higher legal standards that normal people would have to, do. All right. And that's how they circumvent it.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. It's United States law is murky. It's a good word for it. And it shouldn't be, because we're based off a very, very simple form of or scale of justice, but they've gone ahead and muddled it 9 ways from Sunday. And I think it's something Rafi and I have talked about multiple times on the show where, people don't realize it, but they commit 4 to 5 felonies every single day. And they have no clue they're doing it because there's so many freaking laws on the books anymore. You can't track what you're doing. Ridiculous laws. Stupid laws. And then you have outdated laws.
Let me give an example. Let me give an example. Okay. Like the, the immunization silent courts, that is mediation. All right. And it works the same way as unions work with companies. All right.
Yep.
And it follows the same kind of guidelines, basically.
Now here's where it gets real fun. A lot of people don't know this about the states, but again, when you're talking about legal aspects of things, you have your solicitors, your attorneys, you have your magistrates, you have your judges, you have all these different branches within the justice system. And I think it's like 24 states in the United States. To be a judge or a magistrate, you are not required to have a law degree. Now understand that one. And that is the truth. I can see Jason's face. Jason, don't believe me, look it up. So again, somehow, somewhere, along the line. When you say to me, okay, well, these people go to school, they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for their educations to get their little PA at the end or Esquire at the end. But to be a judge presiding, they don't need that because that's all about
That
politics.
explains Clarence Thomas.
It explains a lot of things because, again, it shows that you could just be very popular and become a judge and decide what people's fates are going to be, what businesses' fates are going to be, without any education at all into what the law actually says. So
you can take that a step
very scary
down and
precedent.
even go with the constable and sheriffs.
Yep.
And that follows the same guideline.
Yep. It's a scary thought. And like I said, most Americans have no clue that is the case, but it is the case. And
I guess judges are appointed, right? And the sheriffs would be voted for?
Yes, they're political positions, basically. And that should not be. We should not have any politics in our justice system. End of sentence. Because what does politics do? It corrupts it. Look at what's happening right now in our courts. Look at what happened over the last 4 years. And Jason, I know you're no fan of Trump, but there's no way anybody could say those courts were not weaponized against him. Of course they were.
Well, it's not that I'm no fan of Trump. I'm no fan of any of them. And I just think a lot of people who taught me about the right-left paradigm, all of a sudden this guy Trump came along and all of a sudden teaching me about no right-left paradigm was, well, except for this guy Trump. And that's where I said, no, not except for this guy Trump.
I don't think he is a right-left paradigm. And I've said that. I think he's a centrist. And actually, I think he's more of a libertarian. If I'm going to really quantify him, he's a libertarian. He's definitely not a Republican. I can tell you that because there's too many things he goes very soft on that are considered liberal. He's definitely
for me,
not
anybody
liberal.
that's going to put a D or an R in front of their name is 2D or 2R for me.
Well, and I thought, I've thought about that. I thought he should have just broken off and started his own party because he really is not either. And neither am I. I am done with the whole RD thing. I will
Or
say
the
I'm a conservative.
Libertarians or the Tea Party or the Green Party or the Independents, etc.
I'm an American. I mean, I look at it and I say I'm an American, okay? Because there are certain things that are supported by the liberal agenda where I'm like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. And then there's certain things that are on the conservative agenda where I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that is, yes. What am I? I'm a constitutional.
What happened to the liberal agenda of the 90s? It was like, as long as you didn't want war and you weren't a war hawk, that pretty much meant you were a Democrat.
They literally switched parties. Have you not noticed that?
Yeah, well, I guess they do that every 20 years, though. That's why old black folks are Republicans.
Yes. Yes. I keep saying that. I'm like, guys, you don't even see the do-si-do when they're do-si-doing. Because they are literally switching platforms between the parties. And it's like, oh, wait, we're going to take these voters now. So we're just going to segue over here. But it's not natural in any way, shape, or form. But whatever floats the boat, whatever gets the vote. So that's how they play it. And like I said, I am a constitutionalist. I will say that. And I can't believe how bad it's been crapped on. But I will also segue that with the fact that as a constitutionalist, I fully recognize that the Constitution was written by some very wealthy people. The Constitution was not written by, like the guy who was making the horseshoes. No.
Well, it wasn't written for women. They came around 100 years later. It definitely wasn't written for black folks. It wasn't written for poor non-landowner type folks.
Exactly. It was written by basically robber barons. And, it's a hard thing to swallow. And there was a lot of Vatican input. I will tell you that. A lot of people don't understand that, but the Vatican was heavily involved with the formation of this country. Lots of money came in from the Vatican. But I do believe, kind of like the Ten Commandments, I may not be a Christian, I may not be a Jew, but I do believe that the Ten Commandments are a moral fiber and that they set forth a precedent that we should try to follow it. Why? Because if you don't, society is going to implode. Pretty simple. Yep, thou shalt not kill. Yep, that's pretty simple. Reasons why? Well, because it creates lots of violence. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Why? Because thy neighbor is going to kill you if you covet his wife. It's pretty simple. Not hard. Okay? These are just rules of living with each other. Kind of the same thing with the Constitution. Rules that tried to protect us because, again, when we broke away from England, there were certain things we were looking for. Now, what I find very sad is that we've been so defiled by our own government at this point. You know, I said to people, we actually fought a guerrilla war in a time period where this country was not developed. And trust me, if you've ever been in the backwoods of any state in this country, it's not pretty. Yep, not a good area to be trudging through. But we fought a war over less than 6% taxes. Okay? Seriously, think about that. We are taxed on pretty much everything, including air at this point. Double taxed on a lot of it, which again, and taxation without representation, oh God. Yeah. We are so past it, it's not funny. And these are things that we fought against, okay? Our forefathers, like, gave their lives so we could be screwing the pooch 200 and some odd years later and basically getting screwed harder. And here's the worst part, Mark. You may want to plug your ears for this one. The worst part is we're getting screwed by England. You know, the very country we freaking walked away from to begin with. Yep, nope, they got right back in here after the Civil War and yep, continued screwing.
Oh, we never really walked away from England.
No, I know.
Then again, Britain is getting screwed by our politicians, so
Yeah,
join
no,
our club.
it's kind of funny because I look at Great Britain right now and I think, what is going on? What are their people doing? Are they like drugged or something? What is wrong with them? They're seeing their entire society imploded and reshaped purposefully, with purpose. Like, this is intentional. And they're not doing a damn thing. They're not protecting their kids. They're not protecting each other.
I
What are they
disagree.
doing?
Have a look at the so-called quiet revolution that's going on at the moment. Look at the sort of raising of the flag, raising of St. George's Cross. Granted, we aren't as obvious as, let's say, the US citizens can be. We are more, what's the word I'm looking for? Polite, but tactful, maybe. But there is funny enough, there is a in relation to the migration issue. On Saturday, there was there's meant to be a massive protest outside of Westminster. Which is being reported by a lot of the alternative news commentators and
Isn't that
journalists.
sad? You guys who've had to go to alternative just like we had to, you know, over the last 8 years. You cannot reference mainstream media in this country because they're a joke, and they have been for some time. And you guys are starting to see that now in your own media. And I mean, my thing with England though is, dude, almost more than close to half of you.
I'm not sure if it's a new thing because hell, I remember alternative media from 10, 15 years ago.
How do we have a country like Great Britain where more than a quarter of your mayors are not from your country? How does that happen? Who's voting in these districts? Seriously, Mark, and why aren't they questioning the outcomes? How does that happen? Unless y'all have become so polite, you don't know how to say you cheated. I mean,
for a lot of towns and cities, mayors are just a ceremonial sort of position. London, granted, is a different story. City Khan, yeah. Yeah, let's not talk about it. But with the exception of some cities, a lot of mayors are, technically speaking, to say ceremonial sort of position.
But how does that? What I'm saying is it's changing the landscape of your society drastically. and they're not, like I just shake my head and I'm like, these poor people. I feel for the British because, again, we saw it happening here during the Obama administration. A lot of people were not paying attention, but a lot of positions of power were filled by people that were not from this country. And it's like, it's got nothing to do with racism. It's got nothing to do with any of that. It's got to do with the fact that what are they going to fight for? Who are they going to fight for? If anything happens, if they're not from here, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem that they don't talk about. It's like when, we just found out that one of our secretaries under Biden was basically intaking as many male immigrants of military age as she possibly could and throwing them in the military, giving them citizenship to do so, paying for their families, and basically creating a military that would not be loyal to the people of this country. They would be loyal to the people who paid for them. That's a big, big problem. Big problem. And like I said, it's not about racism. People automatically say, when you say I am anti-illegal immigration, I am all about the sovereignty of this country, they 100% say, oh, you're a racist, you're this, you're that. No, I am not. I do love my family. I do love my country. And you know what? We've lived here our entire lives. We've paid our taxes. We have been loyal to this government, loyal to this country, even when we didn't agree with them. We still sucked it up. Like, I didn't break the law under Biden. I may have spoke out against him, but I never wished him death, nothing like that. But, he's still my president, as much as I wanted to hide under a rock, but he was still my president, and this is still my country. So
two points on that. Funny enough, me and Roger have been talking about this sort of nationalistic sort of points on our Thursday show, quite within recent episodes, and and this is a point that I've been trying to push. It's not about racism. It's about a belief in one's nation, a belief in sovereignty, in effect. Also, in the US especially, it's really just a two-state sort of country. You've got your Democrats, you've got your Republicans. All the other parties are not really relevant as such.
They don't have money.
In the UK, it's always been a three-state party: Conservative, Labour, and Liberal Democrats. And Liberal Democrats have always been the sort of joke party. But in recent years, we are seeing, or at this present moment, we are seeing an emergence of new parties coming out. And as you may have been aware, Reform is becoming much more popular at this present moment, and possibly could win the next election, if not a big enough Reform for various reasons. So there, in the UK, we are seeing a landscape change, whereas in the US, you still got that two-party system. And
actually, hang on to that thought.
Change in near future.
Hold on to that thought. I got to take us out to break, and I have a rebuttal for that. But hang on, guys. We will be back in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we are on radio break.
We don't have a two-party system here. We have a one-party system here. Literally, it's not a two-party. It never was a two-party.
Yeah. Well,
it just
technically on paper.
Right. Hey, what happened to Raphael?
Rafi is literally got a phone call that came in. He's still on it, so I think it has to work. Okay. I don't know if we'll get him back.
Vicky's having problems as well.
Vicky's having issues getting in.
Yeah, I was trying to bring her in, but I guess she didn't hang up on the other one. So, yeah, because it's showing her red. So,
Throw in the chat, Vicky, hang up on the other one. Because I don't think she I know she does this a lot, but I don't think she understands. You have to disconnect the signal to get
Sometimes it doesn't seem to give you an opportunity. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Sometimes it don't, and then you have to come back and then re-disconnect it.
I was going to say, welcome to the wonderful world of Microsoft that I hate. It's great.
Yeah.
Great world.
You know, we had issues with Skype too, so.
It was Microsoft.
This, not like this. This
Yeah,
is
I mean,
horrible.
even before it was Microsoft, we had issues.
Yep.
All those years
so
ago.
far, Teams doesn't seem too bad.
Really.
Actually,
No,
it
Teams
sounds.
sucks.
I actually think that it sounds clearer and cleaner, and I can play clips over it that you all can hear, and others can play them too. You know that.
You know,
I
$100
can
bucks a
hear,
month,
you
dude,
know-
and you're hooked up. $100
It's
bucks a
free.
year, you can have like
Yeah.
600 people on your chat for up to 12 hours. I think it was 16 hours.
I guess.
$100 bucks a year.
Well, you
Yeah,
can
for
do that on
30 hours.
Telegram.
I would go through that. I would go through that in 2 weeks. With the shows that I do.
No,
Actually, I
30
had a
hours
complaint-
per chat.
Per chat or
Per chat.
Yeah,
See,
I had a meeting. Actually,
my understanding of it
I paid
was 30 hours per month for the whole thing. I'm like, what?
No, I went
No
through.
way.
I went through and looked at that, man.
I should have read the
Permanently,
terms of
and you should-
services or asked Mark to take a look for me.
He's getting excited. He started freezing up.
365 accounts, a Microsoft 365 account, Enterprise Microsoft 365 account. And
Mark, you're breaking up, buddy.
Yeah, he
Okay.
yeah.
When you get excited, man, it always does that. I
He
don't know
keeps
why.
flinging his hair everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Don
what it is.
Juan. Oh, Fabio.
Fabio over there. Yeah.
Fabio the Magnificent.
Anyways,
Whatever.
I think Mark needs to focus a
Yeah.
little bit more on the police activity in England and why they haven't been more of a presence like they're known for.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
need
it-
they need a stronger police force that actually represents what the police force was supposed to be, which was invented by England. And they don't do that no more.
Nance, go ahead and check
Yes.
Facebook. I'm sure I know Larry's been posting a bunch of stuff there, and it's real hard for me to keep up.
We had a
give me a
good
second.
we had a good conversation in our show on that too that you didn't mention.
I'm still trying to get Vicky back in with us, but I don't know what her. It keeps showing that she's connected. She may have to reboot and then try to call, and then I'll just add her in when she does that. That's happened before. I'm like, if she's on a phone to do that.
I don't know. I'm not sure what device she's on. I just know she was
Yeah.
trying to communicate. She
We
couldn't
got
get
about
in.
30 seconds,
30 seconds. I still haven't said any mama jokes yet.
Just on the point of Microsoft Teams, I had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with I think through Microsoft 365, but
all right. Well, here's our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side for the last time tonight, right now.
And we're back, folks. 10:29
now.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wow. See,
Right now.
gotta love wood production. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill him. That's just gonna have to be the way it is. Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. Unfortunately, my producer cued me not once, not twice, but 3 times that I was on the air. So here I am talking.
I got a
cued
kind of a little bit of delay. Are you on right now? Are you sure? It looks like you're good. Carry on.
Okay, here we go. Larry, I see you there, buddy. I'm in that Facebook chat with you right now, and he's saying enough of this union stuff. Back to 9/11 and Charlie Kirk, and he's right, because those are kind of the focus things for the evening. Again, it's actually hard for me to talk about Charlie Kirk because it's just it was such a shock when that came through today. And like I said, I got that information, that news report, within minutes of it happening. So it was I kept looking to make sure it was right, to be honest with you, before I posted, because I was like, oh God, if this is wrong, this is, yeah. yeah, going to be embarrassing, but it's too big to ignore. But yeah, it's funny because it actually all does work in, even with the unions. All of it does. Why? Because of the politics of everything right now. And I'm sure everybody on this panel will agree with me. Politics suck. People die. And right now, I'm horrified to say this, but I was just on the break while everybody was arguing. I was literally watching a video of Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, who had, basically called for a moment of silence to recognize the passing of Charlie, and literally calls for the moment of silence. And all you can hear is, I don't know who, because he didn't identify who it was, but several, let's just say, liberal screeching females, part of Congress, no less. These people, we're paying these people our tax dollars to sit there and screech during a moment of silence out of respect, basically disrupting the whole moment of silence. And, again, I don't care if Charlie Kirk was a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter to me. He was a young man who put a lot on the line to try to get young people to become politically active in a healthy way. I don't think he really cared what designation they took. I don't think that mattered to him. What mattered to him was that they got the information right on what was happening. That's what mattered to him, and to make them thoughtful about what they were saying before it came out of their mouths. Because 90% of the time, when you listen to young people speak about politics, they have no clue what they're talking about. And when you question them, they cannot give you an answer. Why do you hate Donald Trump? I don't know. I just do. Well, that's not a reason. Okay. You're talking about a person who leads the country. It would be like asking a young conservative, why do you not like Joe Biden? If a young conservative turned around and said, I don't know, I'd be like, you're an idiot. Go do some homework. Don't just follow the trail, do homework. That's the problem. These young people are not focusing. They're all about the agenda or the platform. They don't know anything about the politics, and they don't understand the economy.
Again, blame the education system. Blame the education system and how the idea of being taught what to think rather than how to think.
Correct. And that's been indicative in the States for quite a long time, going back even when I was in school. Because, like I said, my perfect example of it is, we were taught, Custer's Last Stand. I always use that example. You opened up your history book, American history, and there was this golden hair, what looked like a giant with his saber raised, and that was Custer's Last Stand. But when you actually researched Little Bighorn and what happened that day, it is nothing like what you were taught. He was no hero. He was quite a monster. And it's really riveting as you realize, well, and you think, why did they tell us that he was like this martyr when he wasn't? If anything, the American Indians that were slaughtered that day were the martyrs. So it's hard to get your head around. Now amplify that to every subject matter, right down to the fact with Common Core in the American education system, something I had. In fact, Larry, if you're listening, you remember this because you know my shows. I used to go off about Common Core because Common Core eliminated parental guidance in the education. The parents didn't understand Common Core. They couldn't even, half these people were, I can still remember my daughter's first, when she brought her book home at first, I'm looking and going, why did they do that? It's pretty simple. 2 + 2 is 4, not 2 + 2 might be 4, not 2 + 2 is 3 if you could prove it. No, 2 + 2 is 4. Pretty simple.
And memorization too. But getting back to getting back to Charlie and Turning Point. Turning Point, the whole point of Turning Point was to get people of different sides to be able to debate and still walk away as friends.
Yes.
That was the whole point of Turning Point. All right. And they would go to schools, colleges, even grade schools and high schools they went to. I know Brent's told me a lot about that. And, he goes and he's a part of that. He actually goes and does talks at those schools, just like Charlie. I don't know how much he'll be able to do that now with the way this has gone. But, in time, I hope that they're able to go back and do a public forum again, because that shows people that, hey, just because you have a difference of opinion, you can't be afraid to be able to talk about these things. You have to go out and do it. And just
Again,
like,
though,
Raph will tell you, and me, and even David, freedom isn't free. It's fought every day.
I
That's
agree.
true. That's true. Yep.
But
Mhm.
I can say too, though, that does again segue back into the education system, because again, when I was in school, I took Toastmasters. I was taught how to debate, and I was very good at it. And the thing is that when you debate, when you learn the rules of engagement when it comes to debate, it's not personal. It's never personal. You have to leave emotion out of a debate. Debate is about facts. Okay, it's not about feelings. And unfortunately, we've allowed feelings to override facts. And that's happened. That everybody's guilty of that. That's both sides of the coin. That's everybody down the middle.
And you
Okay,
can
and
tell
it's
they're
not.
losing if they get emotional.
That's what I said. As soon as you
Sure.
start cursing, I've won the debate.
Yep.
And I've always said that. You see me do that in chats. As soon as you lose it, I know I've won, because I know I've hit a sore spot.
Mhm.
You have given me the key to the kingdom as soon as you start getting nasty. So it's, but you're taught these things. And I never take debates personally. I'll walk away and I'll be like, good debate. Especially if I got beaten, I'll be like, oh, damn, I got to take some lessons from you. But that's the way it should be. You learn from each other. That's what debate was all about, coming together. Mediation, as Mark would say. It's a form of mediation. And Charlie was a master of it. And I feel bad for Brent, because now I've got to wonder, is he going to feel safe doing anything? But I've also, if I'm a judge of anything, and I usually am pretty good at judging things, I see something much greater coming out of this because of the way it happened. It's going to bring a lot more
Right.
attention to what Charlie Kirk was doing. So, I noticed a lot of young liberals responding with, who's Charlie Kirk? Never even heard of him. Well, now they know
Mhm.
who he is, don't they?
Yep.
Sad, but true. As for 9/11, I'll be damned if I'm going to let it be forgotten. It cannot be forgotten. It doesn't matter if it was a setup. It does not matter what government did what. The fact is, it was a tragedy. No matter how you flip it, you can get angry, you can be repentant, you can be anything you want, but what you cannot do is you cannot forget. You cannot.
The emperor has no clothes on. The emperor is naked.
Yep.
And
But like I
people
said,
don't know that.
you should. I'm sure you agree with me,
Yeah.
Jason. Because when people forget, we don't learn. We don't carry the message or the lesson forward. That's the problem. That's why they want us to forget.
Mhm.
Because if it happens again, it's going to be the same chaos that happened on September 11th, 2001.
Well, they tell you on that oblong box in the corner of the room what to remember, what to forget, how long to remember it, if you're going to forget it, when to forget it, and maybe remember it once a year when we tell you for exactly 2 minutes and, 23 seconds last year.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. And I got to say, as much respect as I have for it, with the actual ringing of the bell and the reading of the names, every year they do it, and I believe that needs to happen. But in the same respect, it's not, especially a young person who has no connection to that day. It's not going
The
to hold
ringing
it.
of the bell that I'll be excluded from tomorrow morning because I can't show my city papers showing that I'm related to somebody who died that day.
See that right there? There's something seriously wrong with that. You're in the
Yeah.
United
Yeah,
States
so
of
I'm
America. And you have
denied
to
my
show
right
papers?
to pay my respect as an American. What will happen 20 years, 30 years from now when those papers go out and the people are just too old to be any relatives left? Will they stop ringing the bell? Or will all of us finally have our right 70, 80 years later to pay our respects?
I mean, I'll be surprised if in 70, 80, well, it'll depend on how things go. but I will be surprised if it's even recognized. It's kind of like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pearl Harbor
you
Day.
ask a
Yeah.
young, seriously, you ask a young person about Pearl Harbor, at least our generation has memory,
Yeah.
not lived through memory, but we were taught. These kids
Or the kids see
are
the
not really
movie,
taught.
you know.
Yeah, they
They
have
associate
no
it with the
clue.
movie. Hmm.
You say the USS Arizona, and they're like, "What? Who? Where is that? That's a state? No,
I
dude, it's
dare
a
to say
ship.
9/11 affected the world a lot more than Pearl Harbor even.
No, it's perceptive of time.
Yeah,
Pearl
at the
Harbor
time,
really
Pearl
shook
Harbor
them
did. Yep.
because
Oh,
they
no,
didn't.
but
I mean,
3 days after 9/11, you couldn't get on an airplane without taking
yep.
your shoes off or having your baby have its diaper checked. That's very
God,
different
and we
all
gave
over the
into it.
world than one country going into a war, in my humble opinion.
Yeah,
Actually, I have to agree. I have to agree with Jason because remember, Pearl Harbor happened during World War II.
no, we
Granted,
were
the
not in
US
World War II.
hasn't joined World War II yet, but
Yep,
we in Europe were already on the front lines.
yep.
Hmm.
In fact, Pearl Harbor was our catalyst.
Right.
But after I told you that was the thing that actually got me into conspiracies. I did a research paper on Pearl Harbor in high school and figured out very quickly that we allowed it. And we allowed it because we needed the war machine to crank.
Hmm.
We needed money. And the best way to do that is to go to war.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the cables, I saw all of it. I was like, holy crap, DC knew. California knew.
Right.
They knew. So that was very unsettling for me at a very young age. And I've been nonstop since then because of that. But it was
Made sure Honolulu didn't know.
Well, the thing is that, but the time period you're talking about, this is like Leave It to Beaverville. You know, we
Right.
didn't have the mixture of personalities we have now. We
Yeah,
didn't
there's
have
a
the
time
population we
period,
have
but
now.
that's not what makes it 5x, 10x. The fact that it
Right.
changed, like I said, you couldn't get on an airplane and go to Tajikistan. I mean, in 3 days. I think there's an argument that could be made saying 9/11 changed the world more
Oh,
than
it did.
even all of World War II.
But what did it
Well,
do to the world? It did what? It gave
It made it way,
security.
way, way
but
smaller. First of all, it put it under a complete police state now of the world. Obviously, again, with the airplanes, with the getting searched, with your baby getting searched. I mean, these type of things would have never have been heard of, let alone around the world. And it wasn't just a USA thing. We see it as just a USA thing because we're just, Americans. But this happened in 3 days. They shut down the airlines for 3 days, grounded everything. They
Mhm.
shut down the markets for 4 days. And then after the weekend, there was a whole new world. That's not what happened after Pearl Harbor. And that's not even what happened after the end of World War II. And
well,
it's not
th-
because it's the
we
year
don't know.
2001 or it's the year
It
1946.
is in a way,
It's just
though.
two
It is in a
different
way.
We
incidents with
don't know
two
the
different
truth of it, though.
consequences.
We don't
The
know
thing
who
is,
the
Mm.
truth about 9/11. That's still not known by the
Well,
majority of the
either way,
population.
whoever did it, the outcome was like I'm saying, whoever did
yes
it
and
was
no.
whoever did it.
We didn't
The
have,
outcome is
number
still the
one,
same.
guys, but during World War II, that time period, we didn't have that type of transportation. We didn't have people jumping on jets a million times a day. We didn't have any of that. It wasn't, they couldn't lock it down because it didn't exist.
Well, JFK was after that, right? Was JFK more, would you say that affected our country, the world even more
Yes,
than our entry into World War II? Would you
I
say
would,
that being only
Yeah.
15 years later or
I would
13 years
say
later, that has to do with the
JFK,
time period?
I would say with
Yes.
JFK, because of his age, because of the fact that America was still high on the actual war, and they weren't really being told about how bad Korea was. Yeah, I'd say that JFK really hit very hard. I think he was hope, and they took hope away when he was assassinated. I think people really saw
That was
him.
only 18 years after the end of World War
I
II.
understand that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that again, JFK was. I think people knew he was
I'm
getting
sorry,
ready to
22.
make some. Yeah, he was getting ready to make some serious revelations. And I think
and put
a
us
lot of
back in the gold standard.
I mean, when
Money.
he died, it like cut off hope in a lot of ways. And I think people who knew kind of what was going on became frightened. Like it was JFK was like a slap, like telling people to stay in their place. Don't mess with us. That's what the JFK assassination did in this country. It made Americans back down from questioning their government. And again, 9/11, same thing. There's a way these events.
9/11 made the entire Western world hate the entire Muslim world until even to this day.
Because they
it
got
changed the
blamed for
entire
something they didn't do.
world and changed each part of it in a different way. Very different, in my opinion, than Pearl Harbor or anything really like it.
No. Come on.
We allowed
interned
Pearl
all the
Harbor to
Japanese.
happen. We
Not only
we
that,
allowed
we turned all the U.S. Japanese citizens. Are you kidding me? No.
Yeah.
We totally knee jerked on Pearl Harbor completely.
Well, we did it to ourselves. We allowed it to happen.
But we did it 9/11 to ourselves too.
Exactly. That's why there's
we let our eye, we didn't keep our eye on the
I'm
ball.
just
Our intelligence
arguing the
just
outcome, not who did it or did it to ourselves or
Yeah,
whatever.
but that's a really important thing.
But
Though, is who
on one
did
point,
9/11? We did it to
Indeed.
ourselves.
Indeed.
on one point, I'm not sure if I can agree with you about the international ramifications of JFK, because I see. I don't know. Again, none of us were there. None of us are. I don't know, David. You probably remember. Mark, you probably remember. But
I wasn't there, Mark.
Actually, yeah. Sorry.
Not that old.
Apologies. I had to do the maths there. But my point is that at the time, I would imagine that the JFK's assassination affected the US much more than it affected the West world, unlike September the 11th.
Yeah, but it was still CIA did it. We still did it to ourselves.
We didn't have the communications we have now. And that's what I keep trying to point through. The technologies were not the same as they are now. Even when 9/11 happened, we were much more communicated. We were connected much faster. I mean, when you say real time, 2001, we were doing things in real time. In the 1960s, we were not doing things in real time. The government was doing things in real time, but society was not. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm sure half of Europe didn't even hear about the assassination until at least 24 hours later, because that's how slow things were. Now everything is in real time. It all is. And I mean, Afghanistan, all of it, real time. We're seeing things coming in. I mean, shoot, if you're sitting on Telegram, you're literally watching videos drop as events are happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in immediate information. Immediate. It's not held back. It's there. And if you're not on a service that allows it, you need to find one, because it's being provided all the time, 24/7. But the fact is that it doesn't change the outcome. Pearl Harbor, JFK, 9/11, all of these situations, what happened? A state of, we'll say, per se, martial law occurred. They clamped down, they took away more and more freedoms. With each event, we lost more of our individuality, more of our individual rights every time. And that's not just here. That was an echo that happened worldwide. Why? Because everybody's pointing fingers, and in the meantime, the billionaires are making more and more billions.
It was designed that way.
Yes, of course it was designed that way.
Yeah,
look where we're at now. Okay,
so much because of the time.
We had the Patriot Act, which was, I mean, pretty much immediate after 9/11. Like, you turn around, boom, Patriot Act. One of the most restricted, unconstitutional things on the planet, boom, right after 9/11. Like, it was ready to go. Then we had the NDAA, which is you'll hear me pop at that, because that thing is repassed every single year with almost 100% bipartisan vote. And that right there should tell you how badly we've been sold out, because the NDAA gives the government unrestricted powers in ways that you can't even imagine. They took advantage of it
and
on
how
January 6th.
do you know it even exists?
Yeah, I mean, people don't. People keep saying posse comitatus, and I'm like, you need to go back and reread the NDAA 2012. Hasta la bye-bye posse comitatus. And I don't care what lawyer tells you that's not true. Go read it, because it gives the president the power.
Well, that wasn't a lawyer. That was a court case that they were having, deciding on whether posse comitatus was, being used or not by Donald Trump, etc. That's what you're referring to.
Actually, posse comitatus was put aside when January 6th happened. You want to
that's what you told me, and then I did my homework on that, and I realized no, it wasn't, and that they were actually on Friday. That was their third time in court having that hearing. I never did find out how the hearing ended. For all I know, that judge found in that favor for that, or I don't know, you know what I mean? But and it wasn't a civil judge, like you said. Oh, so many people take Trump to court. That's like more of a civil thing where they're breaking his balls for money.
Stop! They went after him criminally in several, like Atlanta. Come on.
Oh yeah, indeed. But for every time they go after him criminally, they go after him 10 times for his money. You got to admit that.
And they reshaped the laws to do it. I mean, they literally ignored statute of limitations. They ignored certain things that are put in play to protect us. Completely ignored it and act like they didn't do it. No, that was
they had plenty, just not posse comitatus, as far as I understand, or they wouldn't have been fighting it. There would have been a precedent for it.
No, posse comitatus was violated on January 6th when they called in. They're trying to blame him for the same exact thing they did on January 6th. That's what I'm saying. Democrats have a way of doing that. So do Republicans, because there are Republicans that are in this too.
Now,
but they repeated the steps.
Wasn't posse comitatus dropped when they created Homeland Security?
Actually, it was the NDAA. Homeland Security, not so much. NDAA, yes, because the NDAA gave the power to the president to make a kill list or a targeting list within the United States. If you were declared or thought to be of any kind of terrorist notion, you are no longer protected by the United States Constitution. Military can come after you in your house if the president thinks you might be a terrorist.
Take your house, even take your water, your food, everything. It's even written down and such. But as far as the posse comitatus, that I didn't see anything. I don't know. All I know is they were fighting in court over it last month. On Friday was their third time.
The courts are corrupt, and that's the other thing. Yeah. I mean, you've got judges right now ruling left and right, completely unconstitutional rulings, taking away powers that they gave the government.
I find it very.
In this case, they were trying to keep posse comitatus from being violated. So I'll take that.
I find it very, very disturbing that within the last 150 years, we went from being a constitutional government to a nationalist government. And then a socialist government. It's like all of these new age government factions came in and just stole our government away from us before we were even born. Like, I'm not a nationalist. I'm not a socialist.
Do you remember when Bernie Sanders, back in 2016, when it was questioned why he was a member of the Democrat Socialist Party, how he could basically state that he was not a socialist?
Yeah.
And he fought that tooth and nail, but the Democrat Socialist Party, that's more oxymoronic than I can possibly tell you, just the name of it. Mm-hmm. And yet here we are, and now, oh no, that's not what it is. And now we have flat out communists running for office in the United States.
The Green Party is straight socialist.
Yeah, but years ago, Congress had passed laws that no Muslim, whether it's a U.S. citizen, was allowed to be in the Congress, and they did something and knocked it out, and that's why we got those squads up there from up in the upper Midwest, Minnesota and Michigan.
Oh, you mean
as soon as the Muslim caucus?
Yeah. Ileana Omar is worth.
See, I like constitutional government that keeps separate freaking religion from state. Like, there's that kind of law never belonged in the U.S. freaking government in the first place. And people shouldn't be up there preaching about their religious beliefs and saying that that's the American way, when in reality that's not what the founding most of the founding fathers were actually not atheists, but they were deists.
Yeah.
Freemasons.
Yeah.
All right, guys. With that, I got to wrap the show up. We are already at time. I don't even have time for y'all to say goodbye. So everybody say good night.
Good night.
Great talking to y'all.
Night, John.
All right.
Pizza Hut.
Hey, Jason, have a great
live
day
streaming
tomorrow.
from New York tomorrow, so check it out.
All right.
All right, yeah,
Okay,
please
good
check
luck.
out Jason's live stream tomorrow night, and we will catch you all next week. In the interim, please have respect. Remember the fallen tomorrow. It doesn't matter what you think about what happened on 9/11. Give for their memory, because people did lose their lives that day. With that, we are out of here for the evening. Join us next week for the Vixen's Vault.
Good salute.
All right. That was a great show.
I was surprised.
You know what though? I love it when we argue, because it's like everybody does see it from a different perspective. We all do see it differently, but I know posse comitatus is you cannot send the military into civilian areas. And when they enacted it and said, if you're declared a terrorist, we can send the military after you. That is a violation of posse comitatus.
I don't know. Google lies sometimes, but I Googled it and it said different. And I don't know. They were fighting it in court. So that's all I know.
Yep.
Maybe Google's wrong.
Solid.
Like
I said, you can't just send, it's like, barracking troops. You can't just send troops to somebody's house because one person says, oh, you might, they don't need any evidence. All they have to have is the president saying, I think you're a terrorist.
And see, I remember my whole reasoning behind Homeland Security was because of that, and they justified their use of Guantanamo Bay in order to do that. And then they were actually going through and they were freaking apprehending Muslims because they were suspected terrorists and sending
Nancy, before I forget, hold on, Roger.
Go ahead.
Before we get cut off too, hope everybody comes back. I'm gonna restart this room again, and when I do,
I gotta
we'll
go.
do the after
I
show.
can't hang around.
Hey,
that's fine, Jason. We understand.
Jason,
I'm going to try to restream you tomorrow.
Jason,
beautiful.
Just shoot me a message on Telegram when you're going to do that. Nancy,
sure.
Jason,
on Sunday nights.
Gotta ask you something.
Not every Sunday night, but whenever you can. John wants you to pop in and help him out since we're losing Barry. Well, we lost Barry on Sunday nights.
Okay.
And and Yotivation isn't quite back yet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to help.
Jason.
Yeah, you don't have to do it all the time, but we,
Are you available on Friday at 8 p.m.?
Who?
Jason.
Friday, 8 p.m. Yeah, I don't see why not. Sure.
Okay, because I finally was able to get a hold of Summer, and she said that she'd love to have you on there for her show. So I told her I'd contact you and see.
Sounds good. Yeah, anything to promote the D program, that's fine. Yeah, sounds great.
She's going to be talking about ghosts.
You've been putting some great stuff out. I know I haven't been in there a whole lot, but I try to keep you tabbed up as much as I can. All right?
Yeah, I've been trying to do it.
And I appreciate every time that you host over, and you also restream. I'm sure you restreamed us tonight as well. Thank you.
Indeed, I am.
He's a beautiful man.
Yeah.
On days I can't help, John, I'm.
Okay. So let me put this back up. I have it set up on Kick.
For as long as they want. Or the clock runs out. One of them will happen. All right. All right, here we go. We're gonna... Hey, Roger.
Hello.
You there?
Yeah.
Hey, Roger. Okay. Let me. You there?
Hello.
Let me get this. The teams back so that I can let folks see what we're doing.
Vicky's on hold again too, just so you know.
Yeah. I'm trying to get her. There we go.
Oh, that's cool. It left or brought up the chat before. I had to actually change it over on my OBS. I believe it did. Let me check.
You got chat, didn't you? I have chat.
There you go.
There it is.
I missed what Nancy was trying to say. I'm trying to get her back. Hopefully she'll come back here.
She's strung out, man. That was one heck of an episode for her, dude. She had a good time.
And Mark, I don't know what happened to Mark. There comes Vicky.
Yeah, there's Mark. Mark Edworthy, he's back.
Yeah. Again, apologies for
Hey, Nance,
I was trying to take my medicine.
No,
okay.
Mark Edworthy, I was in the Revolutionary War, so we can go back that far.
Yeah. He was in the Revolutionary War, and
Stop.
He's a little older than me, so I only made the Civil War. All right,
Yeah.
so.
Good job, Mark. Good job. I'm over
But
here.
anyways,
Voicing,
yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. I remember seeing a picture of David Campione on the ship on Old Ironsides, standing right next to John Paul Jones shooting the cannons.
Yeah.
He was the baddest.
Dude, wasn't
the
David
bad
Campione
back
one
then.
of the guys planting the flag at Iwo Jima? I mean,
I did it all.
Yeah, he was there too. He did Korea, Vietnam.
Oh, Christ.
He was in Saudi Arabia with me too. We just can't stop. We love the war.
Yeah, we just love
right.
Oh, you remember the boxes?
It's not Lawrence of Arabia, it's David of Arabia. So
There you go.
Anyways, getting back to you, Nance. John asked me if you could pop in on Sundays to help out from time to time.
What I was saying is if I can't, I'm sure Ralphie could.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, we'll do our best to help him out because I know he's actually more John's speed than I am, believe it or not. I mean, you know that.
I'm not sure if John's had Raph in with him yet or not.
They did. It was one show, and I know it went really well. That's why I'm thinking, I'm wondering.
Well, okay, I could just pitch. Well,
I'm happy to help.
No, John doesn't like him dropping any kind of language. All right, all right. That will be a big X for him after that if he does. I was
gonna say it's been a long time since he's actually dropped any. I've dropped S-bombs.
Been talking much though.
Yeah, but that's a little different. But John, I mean, he was really lately. He's been really keeping it super clean, and hey, that's fine. I mean, that gets us out on all the radios. Then no one complains.
Keeps him up on
yeah. But either way, I mean. We all know what we can say and what we can't, but and Raf's been around to do it. I think that'd be kind of cool if he wants to come in with us on Sunday to hang out. Now, John does have a guy that comes in with him a little bit now, but he's not fully on with the doing it all the time. His name's Doctor 420, and Doc likes to talk cryptocurrency.
Oh, God.
And that's that's fine for some things, but you can't do like too much of that, because audience, a lot of audience, they're not into that.
Well, crypto is not crypto's not my thing. That is definitely Ralphie's thing. And so I'm sure he makes it interesting, which I don't know how the fuck I don't know how.
But
he does
that might be a good mesh for them, and if he wants to come in on Sunday, I'll make sure that he's added in. It's same time as your show, just on Sunday.
Okay. And like I said, it depends because that's one family day a week.
It's either that or 8 to 10. 8 to 10 8 to 10 your time.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind helping John. I like John. I think John's got some cool topics.
He got some great stuff.
Yeah. I think I'm a little bit more outspoken than John is. I'm a little bit more. I'm willing to put my head on the guillotine.
I think all of us that go in there scare the hell out of frickin' John, to be honest with you. I don't think he can handle any of us at all. I think we're just a little too crazy for him.
It's, you know what? It's funny because you say that and people, they get that thought process when you start, like even when I was bringing up, the connection to Israel today with, the assassination, and that's a very hard subject matter to broach because there's a lot of people who will not tolerate that, don't want to hear it, and don't even want to.
John is one of them.
Yeah,
he will not entertain that at all.
So
Really?
it's
Wow.
it's one of those things where I feel if you're not thinking about it, something's wrong. Even just you can dismiss it if you want, but to not consider
see
it,
where he's coming from on it, though. All right. Because, that goes into the other kind of conspiracies. But the thing is, like I told him before, I said, government's one thing. All right. And when you talk about the Khazarian mafia, that's another thing. But when you talk about a religious group, no, that's a no-go. And I won't have it, even for me. All right. But that's just how it should be. And don't forget, a lot of like as well as I know, a lot of the station owners or advertisers that support them, where do they come from and what are their connections? And if they want that money to come into them, we got to play ball with them so that they'll let us stream to them.
I agree, but again, this is where I get punchy about it because
because the views expressed and the opinions given, we can do that from time to time, but as a whole, we got to be real careful how we tread with that too. We don't want to look like that's all what we're about. Then we go down the road of anti-Semitism, and that don't look good.
Yeah,
okay, well, let me
that's kind of what.
When have I ever been anti-Semitic? I'm not anti-Semitic.
No,
but
it's not about that. It's like there's a lot of people out there that are talking about it and don't even realize that they're talking about it. Like the clergy doctor or plan or whatever they talk about when they talk about this pan-European shit. Okay, that's straight up white supremacist propaganda, and people are just preaching it and not even aware that that's what they're preaching. Okay, and me and Mark actually got into it in our show. We didn't get into all that, but we kind of covered it a little bit because it is a part of the whole creation of EU, but none of that was ever mentioned in any kind of laws or whatever in the formation of the EU. But you'll hear all these people talking about it like it's fact, and it's not.
I agree. And like I said,
Also, it's not only the
and then let's, I was talking before about, when we were, I think it was me and you, Roger. Okay, when did they become Jewish? Because in the Bible they were Hebrews.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. First.
Yeah.
The Hebrew people were enslaved.
All right. First century.
Yeah.
Now,
that's
did the term, the religious term or label Jewish come from, a tribe? Judah?
Judah.
Jewish? Okay, I can see that, but that is only one tribe of the Hebrew people.
Well, it was
And there
divided
were
from
12
Israel into
tribes.
Judah, but Israel and Judah, they were two countries. They were divided, and so there were
Exactly.
more. So that Jewish just refers to probably the
Is it a practice, or is it because that's when you look at it, it's kind of confusing. Maybe a show should be done about that.
Well, here's the thing that I find interesting. Initially, okay, the Hebrews extended out of the Canaanites. And I always bring this up when people talk about it because I'm like, okay, guys, you're talking about the same group of people genetically. Okay.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
The Hebrews, the Israelites, came from Abraham and his line. In fact, that's what I was going to talk about when I talked about it, is that
Abraham had more than one child.
God pretty much said to all those, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, but all the Jewish people came from Isaac, and then you had Jacob, and then all of his, the
but
12.
they came from different tribes.
Not
of
just
the
No,
same
you're not. It
Hebrew
was one
people.
lineage. It was lineage. No, it was God picked out Abraham, and he said, because all the other countries, that's what I was wanting to talk about. All the other people at the Tower of Babel said, no, we're not going to do what you say. So he said, fine, you don't want to have anything to do with me. You can have these other Elohim, these other fallen angels. They'll be in charge of you. And it was like 70 of them. And he allotted to each one, each fallen angel. And according to them, they distributed the land. And God basically disinherited them. Then he picked Abraham and Sarah, who were barren. She was too old. He was old and she was too old. And that way, when they had a child, which was a miracle, all the other countries around there could say, okay, that's God, because that was a miracle. That was a miracle child. And
Wouldn't
that
it
is the
suck
country.
if she had an affair and that's how she got pregnant because he was sterile? That would just suck.
Well, she was the one who was, past the age. So he probably could have done it before. He probably could have sired. Well, he did. Ishmael.
So they said.
So,
but here's the
I'm
other
just
thing
saying,
that they don't talk about is that part of Abraham's lineage, like, weren't Jewish. That's what I said. That's what
Abraham had many sons. Many sons had Father Abraham.
He picked Abram out of them, because none of the other countries wanted anything to do with God.
Oh,
God
no,
said,
no,
"Go
hold
ahead."
on.
No,
Hold on. Hold on, Vicky. Hold on, Vicky.
No way.
Hold on,
No,
Vicky.
you
Hold on,
can't
Vicky.
tell me the
You have to know this.
Babylonians or the
You know the
Egyptians
Bible, and you know this too.
wanted to have something
He
to do with
wasn't
it.
always called Abraham.
That's right.
No, he
His
was
name
Abram.
was Abram.
So,
Abraham means father of.
right.
Yep.
And that was after God made a covenant with Abram.
With him.
And Abraham, he changed his name, and he changed the name from Sarai to Sarah. She was a princess, I think. And she had Isaac, which was the promised child. But the point of it is that so the other countries around would know that that was God's nation, because it was a miracle, and he allotted that land, and Israel was the land of Israel
I wish MC was
to
here.
Abraham, and that was his portion. That was their portion. So it was God, the Most High, versus all the other gods and all the other nations, and the point of doing that was to bring about the Messiah, who would go to provide salvation to the Jew first, but then the other nations, because God wanted the rest of the nations back, in the fold.
But also, Vicky, when Noah landed the ark, and all the sons in each of those tribes went their own way, God also sent angels to each one of them, all right, that were masters in a certain area
Exactly.
to teach them. All right. And when they taught them, okay, now some of them went for agriculture, some of them went for law and order, some of them went for medical and healing and things like that. And after a while, the tribes got kind of jealous. Certain ones got jealous of each other and made war with each other, and
right. Yeah, so. Those were the other gods, and God knew about that. So
yes, those were the angels. No, they weren't the other gods. Those weren't the fallen ones yet.
Right.
Okay, the fallen ones, if you're talking about the fallen ones, that came before the flood.
No, but they also, the ones that were in charge, that put in front of, those different countries, and those tribes in different countries, they went bad is what over time, because he told them not to build a Tower of Babel. And the people said, we want to make a name for ourselves. In other words, to God, we're not listening to you, old man. Forget you. We're going to go and build this tower so we can talk to any God we want to. And so God said, you want to do that? Fine. I'm disinheriting you. You get these other angels that have given you information. And, let's think about Babylon and Egypt and all those.
Okay. And then you're crossing from Jehovah to Yahweh, and because each one of those is a different one. They're not the same God.
No, Yahweh is the Most High. If you look into, like, when the demon talks to Jesus after he crosses the Sea of Galilee, and he goes into that place.
Because Jesus didn't worship Yahweh. He did not worship Yahweh.
I hate to ruin you guys' party, but one of the most fundamental Christian groups that were Jewish was actually the Nazarene. So if you it's kind of
right.
a lot of
Jewish,
denominations.
They're not Christians,
right? And not a lot of denominations today don't look too happily on the Nazarene. They think of them as something they don't wish to have, but that's actually one of the fundamental Jewish.
The Jewish people don't
beliefs.
Like Jesus. They don't believe he's the Messiah.
Well, the first people to believe in Jesus was Jewish people. Like Christianity was created by the Romans after the fact. Yeah, they were.
The Pentecost went, and then he brought it to
not one person in those groups ever called themselves a Christian. Not one.
Right. They might not have called them. They weren't called that.
They referred themselves as the way. Is what they.
Okay, the believers. Okay, I'll go with that. But they were named by the Romans, if that's what you're trying to say.
The Romans named them Christians.
Christos,
and just like
but they didn't
Christ.
invent them. But they didn't invent them.
Well, who says they didn't? I mean, it's like Christianity didn't form until like 200-300 years after Jesus is crucified.
That if you're talking about what the Catholics did or what other people did, or how it was infiltrated by the pagans, Romans.
Well, while I'm at it, and I'm going to try to edit real quick. I want to say goodbye to YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Facebook. Bye, Telegram.
And I wasn't really trying to argue this point.
The Christians didn't. God, whoa. The pagans did not infiltrate the Christians.
It was the other way around, dude. Eusebius.
The Roman Constantine.
Eusebius.
All of that stuff.
Eusebius.
The Catholics that was put in there. That they had
never converted.
Well,
no, Constantine was a believer in Mithraism.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But so his mom was a
Mithril,
Christian, and
Mithril,
he
sorry.
might have given lip service.
The
But by
early
the
the
time
early Christian
became a
church the early
uh,
Christian church attacked Christians through Eusebius in arguments against the pagans, and then that in turn caused the death of Hypatia in Alexandria, where she was dragged out into the street and dismembered by Christians because of her pagan beliefs.
well, I think that I know about my beliefs as,
Well,
as a
I mean
Christian.
that's how it
Like
played out.
non-Christians are arguing with me, saying,
That's
"No, your
No, I mean
religion is totally
I've
wrong."
studied the Bible just as much, if not more, than what you have. Okay, I know the text. Okay, and I know
Okay,
the
so do you know how
history.
much? Do you know how much Michael Heiser? Surely you've heard of Dr. Michael Heiser and
Yeah.
how he was saying about the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, which was probably what I was trying to say, is to the people here. And, and you've probably never heard of him, which is kind of, it's like you may have studied the Bible, but even he is saying he's a theologian. It's just hard to, say for someone who doesn't believe in God that they know more about the Bible than someone who does.
Well, why not? Why not? I have to believe in a deity in order to know more than a person who goes to church and listens to the preacher every Sunday.
I think if the person has faith, it's like me going into the Jewish religion.
No, I mean
reading the
seriously,
Bible, the Old Testament, saying, "I'm an
There's
expert on
Christians
Judaism."
Christians who never read the Bible, and they just say they know what they do, and all they do is listen to everybody else tell their 2 bit of the story, and that's it. I actually do research. I do research. I do research, and
researching. But if you don't know God.
But that's
you judging me because I don't.
It's the same thing as sitting in a garage and saying I'm a car because I sit
Dude,
in a garage.
I do research. I actually I sobered up. I freaking when first years of my recovery, dude, I explored every facet of freaking the Christian religion. Okay. I believed in it 100%. I went to church on Wednesdays and Sundays, went to Bible studies, and freaking learned how to pray out of prayer books. Okay? I can tell
but
you.
You don't believe it now.
Because I learned. Okay? I kept learning, and I was open-minded about things. Okay? I believe in spiritual principles that are within the Bible. But I also know that there's stuff written in the Bible that are false teachings that were incorporated into it to control people and tell them how they need to behave and nothing more. Okay?
Well, or that might be your
obey your master. Don't learn and just have faith, blind faith, and everything will be okay.
It says faith without works means nothing too.
Right, exactly.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I know you know what you're talking about. I know what you tried to
get on the same.
You tried to tell me that you tried to tell me that I didn't know anything because I don't believe in your God. Even though
I'm trying to say that when you said you knew more, or who started the Christian religion, or the Christians that beat up the pagans, or this or that, and I'm like,
do you know?
You call them Christians, but who knows if they were or not?
Do you know what the canon is? The canon was written by a bunch of Romans in Rome who decided that a lot of books had to be taken out because it didn't belong there anymore.
Yeah, that's Catholicism, and we're not talking about the same thing.
Catholic Church was the first. Catholic Church was the first Christian church there was, and most Christians today don't want to admit to it, even though that is a historical fact. It wasn't your church; it was the Catholic Church.
That's right, and I'm not saying that that was all they had at the time, and that's why we had the Protestant Reformation, because there were so many things in that are wrong, that are not part of
exactly.
I'm talking about the Protestant evangelicals. So it's like, well, and that doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not saying
I don't research.
Not one time did I say that. I didn't say that. You said that freaking I didn't have the right to make a comment because I didn't believe in your God.
Well, you researched all of my religion, what I believe, and my Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I don't know if you're including Catholic, which I never was.
I include all of it. I include all of it. I find the one thing that I've noticed that's a common denominator in all religions is they exclude other people because they don't believe in. Like a good Christian woman would never marry an atheist. That's just unheard of. Or a good Buddhist
would. It's being unequal yoked.
You know what I mean? So that has to do with religion. That doesn't have to do with love and compassion and love for your fellow man. You see what I mean? I love the Gospels. The Gospels is probably the closest to truth that you can get in the Bible. But when it goes into everything after the Gospels, that's just that's a load of crap.
Well, I mean, the Pauline epistles, from the apostle that wrote to the church, churches.
What do you think?
Wrong.
Do you think John? Do you really think John wanted letters that he wrote while he was in jail to churches, correcting them on the way they were teaching people? Do you really think he wanted that to be put into the Holy Bible thousands of years afterwards? Like I doubt he wanted.
They started the church.
Well, what happened was people in these churches were messing up, and he was writing them back, telling them, "Look, you can't."
I've been to Corinth before.
You see, you can't be doing this, okay? And he didn't mean that to be something that was going to be printed into the New Testament of the Bible. He wrote that so that he can instruct them on how the church should be ran.
Right, it's the doctrine of the new church. This church. What's wrong with that?
Do you really think him personally? He would have wanted those things to be shared in a book.
Yeah, I think he wrote them in love. I think he wrote them as God.
He didn't put them in a book himself, did he?
Well, the whole New Testament, that was the testaments of the apostles, and then the Pauline epistles, and
a lot of the things he said,
they're accurate.
A lot of the things he said in those letters, in those letters, a lot of the things he said was confidential, and it was very personal. It was very sexist. He also he also had
he wanted it.
He also had issues with Peter that was mentioned because of eating with the Gentiles, because Peter didn't feel that the Jews were supposed to eat with the Gentiles, and Paul disagreed with that. See, a lot of this stuff that people just take it on face value, they don't really think into that. Do you think Peter would have wanted, or Paul would have wanted any of that put into a Bible?
Yeah, because it helped for the doctrine. It helped. Why did he say that to Peter? Well, because if Peter was saying, you can't eat these certain foods, or, if they talked about circumcision or that kind of thing, which didn't apply to new Christians. So
if you go back in the Bible too, it said that even between the Hebrews in that, and they used that as a tool of war too. We'll allow you to take our men with your women, if and your women with your men, if you get circumcised. And when they went and did it, they went and wiped them out.
That was the Israelites, and that had nothing to do with the early Christians. That was the Israelites.
But
was the Israelites.
That's in the book of Jasher. I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with Christians.
But it still goes down the line, all right? Because the leader of that group, all right, was chosen through misdirection because the father rubbed the arm of the son who had a prosthesis on that made him feel like the other son. So he gave him the blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so
did
once
that on
he
purpose. That
did,
was Jacob
okay.
and Esau.
So
yes.
Yeah.
that
That's a
kind of
very
brings me-
interesting story too.
Yeah.
Like, that really is.
But you can't
And-
say,
and, you know,
condemn
but-
all the
but,
Israelites
you know,
because of that.
you know, misdirection, isn't that lying? And to me,
Yes.
why would
And that was before, right?
Why would-
if you know it? Then
No.
Moses hadn't put out those directions, hadn't brought the 10 Commandments, had he yet? Because he wasn't born yet.
And there's an interesting story that ties to that too, because whenever you take a look at that, you also have to. There's a lot of different aspects to that. Like you have to look at the Ishmaelites. Okay, that's something that a lot of people don't understand. Like when what was that, the coat of many colors? Now
That was Joseph.
that's
Joseph.
from Jacob?
Joseph. Okay.
Joseph is Jacob's son. Esau had lost gave away his birthright.
But let me now.
Yeah, it's the birthright
Ishmael,
one, yeah.
Isaac, and Ishmael. Okay, Isaac was became the chosen, and Ishmael was cast into the wilderness. Okay, later on, the Ishmaelites would be the ones who took him into captivity and delivered him into Egypt.
Are you talking about Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph.
Well, I have to go research that. I know that Ishmael was around. He was the child of the slave, of the slave woman. He was not supposed to be. That was a dumb move on Sarah's part to say to Hagar, go in and sleep with my husband. That was a mistake. Should not have done that. But
See, it's a deeper.
Okay.
It is a deeper story, and like if it wasn't for that occurring, then they wouldn't have been taken into Egypt in the first place, which actually saved them. Okay, because they were going through famine and they were going through hardships.
Mhm.
And
But you know that God makes allowances for people's mistakes.
this goes into God's will, though. You see, and they mention
Yes, I do say that.
the book of Habakkuk is probably the closest resemblance to Christianity when it comes to the Old Testament, because it explains God's will. Okay, and it's like God's will is like a flood, okay, or a wind that crosses across the world, and humans have no control over it whatsoever.
Exactly.
Okay. So all of these events that happen are going to eventually result into something else. And that's what the teaching is all about. Whenever Ishmael was cast out, his tribe eventually came back and took Isaac into Egypt, where the Jews were held in captivity and then eventually released with Moses.
And you know what? God, when he talked to Hagar when she was crying because they were cast out by Sarah, and then she was talking to God, or she was crying, and God appeared and brought some water because they were in the desert, and comforted her and told her where to go and gave her water, and then his name was I am the God who sees, or she said, you are the God who sees me, and that was one of the names of God. So it wasn't that God didn't love Ishmael or didn't love Hagar, or doesn't love his children. He does. In fact, that's the point I was saying about he had Abraham and Sarah. God knew that the people that were already here did not want any part of him. And so he said, fine, you have these other angels, gods, whatever, and I will have Abraham over here. But his total plan was to bring all of the nations back to him. He wanted that. It would go through the Messiah, Jesus, first, and that would be where they share the gospel. And that was the Great Commission. And then to the ends of the earth. That's everybody else, because his plan was he wanted people, all people, the people that wanted him to be in his family, and the angels that wanted him to be in his family. That's what he wanted. But because he gave them freedom of choice, then you see what happened. And so I think we're supposed to be on the same page here.
One thing I want to ask you about, though, is a lot of people make a big concern about wrestling with God, okay, outside of the tent. Now, now I personally have never seen any. I've just recently heard these comments, and I've never seen any issue with that. But like, you know, what's your take on that? Do you think that there's something wrong with wrestling with God?
No. You know? I think if your faith is real, you will. I mean, just how we're discussing, you'll bring up, well, what about this or what about that? And I'll bring up, what about this and what about that? And then you'll share ideas and be like, oh, okay. If it's real, you will have that wrestling, because you care, you want to know, you want that relationship to be real. Mm-hmm. It's, you know, because like you just said, we don't have any control over what's going on in our lives. So, you know, we don't want to be like these people that go, well, if good things happen, then God loves me. And if bad things happen, then God doesn't love me. No, it's not like that. God loves you. And you have to wrestle to get to that point, even if it's with yourself, to say,
right,
you know, thank you, Lord. I know that you want what's best for me.
I know you're on fire tonight. You.
We love you, Vicky.
Oh, you think I'm crazy. And I really am sorry that you think that I was saying that you didn't know.
Oh, no.
I was just saying, I just kind of felt like, okay, there's something called apologetics. Do you know what that is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's when the Christian is defending and against, you know, all of the other
the
assertions made.
The evil doers that are launching an assault on your faith is what it is. You see.
Well,
hey Vicky, you need to put out your collection plate, so because of your proselytizing.
Yeah.
Well, see,
you did a good job too.
I wasn't trying to proselytize. I was trying to say, or wanted to say through this whole thing, is that God wanted all of the nations back in he loves everybody. And I know it looks like, well, Israel is, you know, the chosen people and, and that kind of thing. Israel messed up so many times, it's not even funny. The Christians that came after that messed up so many. We're human. We mess up so many times. But it's God in his plan, you know, with Jesus coming to the earth, is to draw the nations back. He wanted to get the people back into his fold that wanted to be there. He's not shoving it down anybody's throat. I'm not shoving it down anybody's throat. You know, you're invited.
You know, he had to leave it open so that the other tribes that got lost could find their way back. And that's how I look at it.
You know, the thing you were saying earlier too, there's a good saying in the Bible that I really like, and it's it rains on the just as well as the unjust. You know what I mean? So when it comes to like people get into this way of thinking where they, like, say they're standing outside and freaking it rains on them. You know what I mean? Right. Well, they get this mentality that, oh, God is so mean to me. He sent the rain cloud over the top of my head, rained on me, the truth of the matter is you're so caught up in yourself and the way you think that you don't think of other people. You know, of course, God didn't send a rain cloud specifically to piss you off, make your day bad. You know what I mean?
Right, because
there probably are times when that has happened.
Yeah.
All right. You know, but we won't go as far as saying we know what God will or won't do or when. You know? because that would be like, oh, we know because of, this is. How do you know? And,
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you
And,
really
you have-
you really don't think like a rainstorm came in and rained on you because
it could
God
happen.
wanted
It
wanted
can
to
happen.
just piss you
I'm saying
off.
it could
Well,
happen.
we're supposed
To
to have
test
pray
you,
for our enemies
God does
and
things
pray
to
for those.
test us all the time, I believe, and we either become stronger from it or not. There's always a lesson to be learned, whether it's right
It's
now
called wear a
or
raincoat
later.
and watch the news. Watch the weather.
Watch. Okay.
Okay.
Look at the window, yeah.
I'm sorry if I
Do
sided
you
too
guys-
much with Vicky right here, but I know I took your side quite a bit in this conversation.
Well, she's got good points. It's just, I mean,
of course she does.
And
Well, I'm not trying to make anybody
We're
angry
just
or shut
we're
it
just
down anybody's
we're just
throat.
letting you know, Vicky, that maybe there's just a little bit more out there that's not in the scriptures that you've read, but there's other scriptures out there in the Bible, okay?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not saying a specific Bible, because there are many types of Bibles. Some have more, some have less. All right?
Right.
And in the ones that have more, you might get some different information from. Plus the translations. Not all the translations are correct. I don't believe the King James Version, I agree with Nancy on this, because of time constraint, was done properly. Man, it was a rush job. You better get it done or heads are going to roll. All right?
Well,
That's what
very
King
sensible.
James said.
Mhm.
I want this for my birthday, and you better have it or your head is going to roll. And you knew back then that's what happened.
And he was lucky to probably get it, and he did.
So the
because-
quicker, that doesn't mean that, a rush job translation is not taking the time to do it properly. Especially, and they didn't have iPads and quantum computers or even regular computers that they could be like, hey, let me talk to this guy down in Egypt or over in Greece or Rome so I can get a better translation of this, what it says. No,
Right.
It's who they had at the time. That's what we got.
Right. And it was also, like I keep talking about Dr. Heiser, and he is like a theologian, but he also is an antiquities language. So he reads, he can read the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Have you ever watched anything from Paul Wallace?
That name sounds familiar.
Paul Wallace used to be an Anglican priest, deacon. All right. He taught the priests in the Anglican how to take and, do their job. And then he walked away from that because he seen more. And he got connected up with one of the old Vatican's translators. And they'll go through line by line on certain things and to show you, that the meaning can be very different if you look at it from the language that it was meant to be said in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the definition of the word, we always use the example of Elohim, and it means many. All right. But, and created in our image, it says.
Right. He yes.
So,
Although,
that's something to, maybe take a look into.
Well, that's why I was talking about Dr.
While.
Heiser, because he was saying he reads the, Old Testament and New Testament, and his difference is, because he doesn't talk about it from the church tradition. See, we lose it. Well, I'm not Jewish, so I don't understand all the books that the Jewish people in the first century would have read, which would have been the Jubilees and the books of Enoch. And they knew those things, and they referenced it.
It's still
in their
included.
letters.
it's even those are still included in the Ethiopian Bible.
Right.
Now
They were a first set of Christians.
I
See,
think there's 57 books in the Old Testament in the Ethiopian Bible, and there's even more in the added ones in the New Testament. I'm not sure if
let me pull something.
The Book of Magdalene is in there, or if what is it? There's another book.
I want to pull something out of here that shows just how cool
Roger,
me and you are, Mark. Because, like, even though Miss Vicky got all upset with me and everything, guess what she was able to guess what she was able to do in the after show that she wasn't able to do during the show.
Talk about something other than politics.
No, she was wanting to talk about ancient pagan religions and how UFOs and stuff like that were part of it. And then she was also wanting to talk about like the 70 fallen angels and stuff like that.
Well, it was part of my concern was, okay, when they start talking about this with the aliens and, where the Protestant evangelicals will be a little blindsided because we're like, okay, what are you talking about? Now, Dr. Michael Heiser, he reads Hebrew. He reads cuneiform. He helped the Masoretic text. He can read all of those. He did read all those, and he was drawing in. That's why I was talking about the ancient, those Babylonians and the Egyptians, all those cultures, because he reads those languages, and he was saying that in the Mesopotamian text,
we got about 10
Genesis
more minutes.
4.
Yep.
Genesis 4.
Just to let you know.
Okay. Directly, he quoted them. Okay. I'm just saying, and he was, so I was just trying to say that, these religions that are out there, and Moloch and Rephaim and Baphomet, we're hearing, you've been hearing about them recently, right?
Well, see,
okay.
When it comes to the Mesopotamian stuff, I did a pretty good article or a series this year containing the things that you're pertaining to, and like Lilith. When you hear the story of Lilith and vampires and all that comes straight out of what you're referring to.
And Michael actually did podcasts on those, and he's a Christian, okay? All of those things he found really interesting. I haven't listened to him yet, so I'd be interested to really read your article.
I've got videos of my. I do videos. I'm actually thinking about maybe putting them on.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll see Mark in there with the same, vest, tie, and long sleeve shirt. But he'll still flick his hair from time to time because Roger looks at him like Jesus. But anyways,
well, he is.
He's Roger's own personal Jesus.
Yeah, there you go.
I am going to get my hair cut next week.
Reach out, touch me.
Hey, dude, that's gonna make the views drop, dude. We can't be doing that.
I'll do something with
Put it in a ponytail.
Yeah, it's not fair. He has all those beautiful.
Put in a ponytail. Nobody else.
You know what he told me before? He told me he would never wear a bow tie because it was too liberal.
What?
Yes. He said, it's too liberal. And I'm like, dude, you are like hardcore conservative. That's crazy.
Is that true?
Yes.
Why haven't we seen Tony Blair and those folks wear bow ties then?
He swears. I am not lying. He said that. He said that it was too liberal.
I did not say it was too liberal. I just say I don't like wearing bow ties, but I don't even own a bow tie.
Yeah. Like
I should go to a few black ties.
I've got it on. All I gotta do is dig up the video, man, and
But I'm sure. I'm sure Vicky has probably a nice tie that she could send you to put in your hair, though.
I'm just very jealous of his hair because
pink and lacy.
I put a lot of.
You would. I mean, Roger would just go gaga over you, man.
I'll tell you what, my hair was like that like 20 years ago. You know.
You had curls like that?
Well, not the curls, but I had long hair, dude. Like, I actually enjoyed it, and it wasn't gray.
It wasn't gray?
Yeah, now it's all gray and got receding hairline.
Well, you still have some, so that's good.
49 and
yeah.
still got
Yes.
colour in my hair.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You wait. You wait. One day, you'll say,
maybe,
you know what?
Maybe.
One day, you're just gonna say this, Mark. One day, I'm gonna be just like that other Mark across the pond and Roger, and have a nice shiny bald head like us.
Oh, dude, he's.
Zip
and I'll be like, "Who's that? David Campion's son?" And he'll be like, "No, it's me, Mark."
Hey, those are good things, good traits to have.
Right, David?
You know.
You'll adopt Mark, right? Even if he's across the pond.
Hey, Mark, are you going to keep your beard? Are you going to keep your beard?
Yeah.
That's part of the Jesus look.
Oh, yeah. I think you need to let it grow down about 3 feet or something. What was the guy? Rumpelstiltskin?
Rumpelstiltskin?
Yeah.
or the guys from ZZ Top.
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw them on Counting Cars yesterday on a reel, one of the reels. ZZ Top. Yeah, he had a long beard. Oh God.
Well, how is that to keep up beards?
Yeah.
But I can't picture Mark in coveralls though. You know.
With a corn cob pipe. with
I do the corn
it.
cob pipe, all right. Yeah, I mean, so long as it's long stemmed, kind of, you see how long mine is, all right?
A leprechaun, he's more.
No, he needs
to be huge.
He's a wizard, David.
There you go. He's a staff.
Merlin.
He's a wizard.
Merlin.
Yeah.
Come on, Gandalf.
Merlin.
Gandalf and Merlin and yeah.
I actually did something for St. George here recently, and that's one thing that I want to get deeper into too, because it's like so intertwined with England has actually got a ritual set up to where I think it's people in the military still give out medals for St. George.
Why don't you do, I know you're doing the Tunguska one this week, all right, with some Tesla this Saturday, all right. Why don't the week after you do Saint Germain?
Well, Saint Germain, actually, Saint Germain is one that I want to do because at a later time, because that one actually has that's probably one of in search of.
I tied that all into cloning, reincarnation, and a series. I can't remember what the whole series, but that was just kind of part of the series: cloning, reincarnation, and living forever, and all that other good stuff. Yeah,
Saint Germain actually is probably one of the best episodes In Search Of came out with.
Well, you know what the highest rating one was, don't you?
You said something about it earlier.
Michael Rockefeller. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Rockefeller.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah. That's the highest rating. Even for when I did it, I got the highest ratings for when we talked about Michael Rockefeller as a missing person, and some of the reasons why he might have been offed. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I heard it had to
wait,
do
because you know, this was before the Clinton era, so I can't say he was Clinton sided.
but
All right?
he was involved in like cannibalism and shit, wasn't he? Going to New Guinea and stuff and researching cannibals.
Well, he was down there. He was researching them, and you know, but you know, his grandfather did not really care for him and his lifestyle because he was gay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean,
and, yeah. So
going to islands
the
filled with
Rockefeller
cannibals,
family,
dude. You know.
Yeah, and who knows? They might have, you know, sent steak sauce and all that down for the cannibals too. To, you know, to eat them. You know.
If you want people to disappear,
tribe down there that claims that they did eat him. Yeah, they did kill and eat him, but the evidence can't prove one way or the other because they don't have any bones, and that tribe always keeps the bones in like the teeth, well, the skull, you know, where he would have had dental records,
trophies.
So yeah. But yeah, if anybody ever wants to go back and look at that, that was a really, really good one. I didn't, you know, when I first started that one, and I think David, you were with me when I was doing that one.
Yeah, it's been a long time ago. Mark.
Yeah, it was like
going,
6
you know?
or 8, maybe 7 years ago. I did that one. Yeah, it was you know, it was I didn't think it would be a really good topic, but you know, once we got into it, everybody got in there and started talking and that, yeah, it came out really good, and you know,
that's an interesting
I
one.
got a lot of likes, and you know, every now and then when I go to check on stuff, or you know, you'll see the biggest number of hits for it on my BitChute if you look it up.
They're still looking at it, huh, Mark?
Yeah, people still come in there and look at it.
Wow.
Michael Rockefeller.
Oh.
Did you say Michael or David?
Michael.
Oh, okay.
I'm David.
David was his father.
Okay.
And his grandfather was I can't remember.
I'm David Rockefeller. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You are. Oh, good to know you. Yeah, next time you get your tickets to Bohemian Grove, make sure that you know, I can take all my my equipment with me so that we can record it and show it to the folks.
Just don't be like Alex Jones, man.
Alex Jones, right?
Alex Jones got busted butt naked.
I will not go naked like Alex Jones did.
I'm
wearing clothes. I don't care if it's even a robe with underwear underneath. You won't see.
Then when they asked him what he was doing, he said that he was undercover.
Yeah, he was under the covers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, can you imagine? You know, when they got him and found him, you know, here he is. You know, we all know what Alex Jones looks like, and just picture those security guys picking him up while he's naked.
Yeah.
I'm sure they saw Stranger Things there.
Yeah. Oh, trust me.
That could have been part of that storyline too, though.
He is not an Adonis.
Well, he might have been back in the day.
Oh my God.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think Alex
No. See, even with all this going on, Roger's still thinking about how Mark would look going like that.
Well, that's actually Tan. Tan is the one who gets all crazy like that. Tan Hai Tran is weird. He starts talking about Mark wearing a bow tie and being a stripper for Chippendales and shit. All right. And and Vicky, just so you know, he's devout. Dude, like, and this guy is like talking about Mark being a stripper for Chippendales and wearing a bow tie and stuff. And
all right, guys, we're gonna get cut off, and when we do, I'm going to call it a night here and do some editing. All right. So
It's
I'm
Saturday.
sorry.
I
I'm sorry
am.
if I offended you all.
Oh, you didn't
No, you
No,
didn't.
you
offend.
didn't offend
No,
me
you
because
didn't. It would take a lot
I would
more than
have
that
come
to
back
offend
at you
me,
with what
Ricky.
I know.
You're a
It'll really
trooper.
blow your mind.
You're a trooper. It took the guys to do what Nancy could not do right here on the after show.
After show.
Okay. Well, yeah. Does that mean you don't want me to come on Saturday?
Yes, I
Oh,
want.
we absolutely
yes,
want you to come in on
dude.
Saturday.
And as a matter
Okay.
of fact, I do want to do one on resurrection. All right, let me get the ending to this real quick.
Oh yeah, let me look around. Look around. All right. You know what? Great Conspiracy's a great guy, so I am going to host over to him. So you better get your stuff together. So we're going to take and host over to the Great Conspiracy. Yep. If you're in Kick Chat, that's where we'll be heading. And if you are on D Live, we will definitely be going over to the MC Dirty Work channel. While I set this up, you're hearing my voice. That's right. And I will be back up later on with maybe all these shows that I did tonight, edited and cleaned up. So let me check and see what I got. Nope, can't find MC Dirty Work. How about DK isn't up either. Oh my. Oh well. Let's see who is up and about. Well, anyways, we'll just call it a night on D Live. And if you are in the Kick Chat, please make sure that you give love to and stick around. Drop some emotes on. That's right, the Great Conspiracy. Let me put my offline banner up. It's been a great night, folks. Appreciate each and every one of you. All right. Let's take this out to where it needs to be. Good night, folks. We love each and every one of you. Don't ever forget that. And I will be back Saturday with more. Well, actually, I'll be back Friday with Debbie Perkins.